Orders of the day.
Oh, orders of the day?
Have the Honourable, do I go to point of order? Yeah. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition has a point of order.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be moving a unanimous consent motion, but on the business of the day, let me say that I'm extremely disappointed, as I mentioned yesterday in the Thursday question, that the government is effectively using a hammer to propose and fast-track two pieces of legislation that are important, Madam Speaker, but come at significant costs, multi-billions of dollars. And effectively what they're doing is they're not allowing for any parliamentary scrutiny, they're not allowing for committees to have a look at this, not allowing for any ministerial accountability or transparency. We understand that these are important bills. We want to move them through the process quickly. There's no reason, Madam Speaker, for this type of tactic to be used by the government, a tactic that has shown a pattern over the course of this pandemic of just ramming pieces of legislation through. The Senate is not sitting next week. So even if this tactic is successful, the challenge is that it's going to sit there. And the two pieces of legislation are going to sit there and they're not going to be able to go through the Senate. So what Conservatives are proposing, and I propose this unanimous consent motion, there has been discussions among the parties, is a timely and thorough examination of these two pieces of legislation, Madam Speaker. And so the motion that I propose is that notwithstanding any order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-10, an act respecting certain measures related to COVID-19, be disposed of as follows. The bill be ordered for consideration at the second reading stage on Monday, February 14th, 2022. B, at the conclusion of the time provided for government orders on Monday, February 14, 2022, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put without further debate or amendment, provided that if a recorded division is requested, it shall not be deferred. If the bill is read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health, consideration in committee shall take place on Tuesday, February 15th, 2022, and the committee be instructed to report the bill to the House before 6 a.m. on Wednesday, February 16th, 2022, by depositing it with the Clerk of the House, provided that the Minister of Health be ordered to appear as a witness before the committee during its consideration of the bill, and that if the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 11 p.m., all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved, and the chair shall put forthwith and successively, without further debate, every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. D, no notice of motions in amendments shall be allowed at report stage. E, the report stage and third reading stage of the bill be ordered for consideration on Wednesday, February 16th, 2022, and when the F, when the order is read for the consideration of the bill at report stage, the motion to concur in the bill at report stage be deemed carried on division, and the House then proceed immediately to consideration of the bill at the third reading stage, provided that at the conclusion of the time provided for government orders or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the bill be deemed read a third time and passed on division. Madam Speaker, I hope that it's considered by other parties. It is in the best interest of our democracy, scrutiny, and parliamentary oversight to make sure that we have time. We have time, and it's a very reasonable request, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. The honourable member doesn't have unanimous consent. So orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders. Government business. Consideration of a motion number 8. Proceedings on Bill C-10, an act respecting certain measures related to COVID-19, standing in the name of the Leader of the Government of the House of Commons.
Ms. Hutchins for Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Bibeau. moves that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-10, an act respecting certain measures related to COVID-19, be disposed of as follows. A. L'étude à l'étape de la deuxième.
A, the bill be considered at the second reading stage.
Agreed. Debate, the Honourable Minister. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and the Minister of Sports.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je suis heureux de
I am pleased to speak today in the House to speak to the motion before us today. While some regions in the country are starting to loosen their public health restrictions in their own jurisdiction, we have to assess the situation to determine how we move forward. Like all members in the House are aware, it is important to continue to make the health of Canadians #1 priority of our government.
tools at our disposal, including screening and testing to help us determine when and how we can lift restrictions as safely as possible. Rapid tests have proven themselves to be a powerful tool over the last few months. Let me start by outlining the impact of COVID-19 testing in reducing the transmission of the virus, which in turn helps us move past some restrictions and return to certain forms of normalcy. COVID-19 will continue to be part of our lives, and testing and screening will remain an important tool to rapidly detect and isolate new cases, to support follow-up with close contacts, and to prevent outbreaks in the community by breaking the chain of transmission. While those who have symptoms of COVID-19 should isolate, the fact of the matter is that someone can have COVID-19 and not know it. And testing is the only way we can confirm if you have COVID-19. Knowing you're infected is a really important aspect of protecting your family and the people that you are going to encounter. Au cours de deux dernières années,
For the past 2 years, up until Omicron hit us, public health units across Canada have been using PCR tests and contact tracing extensively to confirm the presence of COVID-19. This thanks to a $3 billion investment from the Government of Canada under the Safe Restart Agreement.
really useful in understanding who has an infection, where in our communities the virus was spreading, and how much the virus might be circulating in our communities. As an additional layer of protection, rapid tests have allowed us to expand testing to a broader range of situations. Rapid tests have proven to be safe, effective, and very easy to administer. They produce results in as little as 15 minutes, allowing for immediate self-isolation and breaking the chain of transmission right away. Regardless of the type of test, we have seen from our international partners that testing matters, whether we look south or to Europe, where testing has been used throughout the pandemic. Rapid tests, including self-tests, will help individuals reduce the risk of spreading the virus to their families, their coworkers, and their communities. They also empower Canadians by providing them with additional information about their own health and can help inform their choices in personal risk management. This will be even truer as other public health measures begin to get lifted. With the availability of new types of tests, the use of PCR tests is also shifting. As we transition out of Omicron, there are a variety of testing options available. Recognizing the importance of widespread testing across Canada, the government has taken a number of measures to procure, fund, and distribute COVID-19 tests and intends to continue to do so in the near future. The Government of Canada has been buying and providing rapid tests free of charge to provinces and territories since October 2020, when the first rapid test was approved by Health Canada. These rapid tests have supported the broader testing strategies that provinces and territories have implemented in response to the highly transmissible Omicron variant, including the expanded school-based testing, community testing, and workplace screening. We have been behind the provinces and territories from the very beginning, working in conjunction with public health authorities in the provinces and territories, and we will continue to support them throughout this pandemic. This is why, since the beginning of the pandemic, we have purchased more than 490 million rapid tests at a total cost of almost $36 $3.4 billion. 140 million tests were purchased for the month of January alone, and those are on their way to communities today. These tests have been provided free of charge to the provinces and territories and distributed to workplaces and community organizations to reach those most at risk. And more rapid tests are being secured as we speak, to be delivered on an ongoing basis. Because our government wants to support the safe reopening of our economy, we have also been supporting businesses, not-for-profit organizations, and Indigenous communities to get access to free tests. The Government of Canada has provided $6.6 million to the Canadian Red Cross to distribute tests to charities, not-for-profits, and Indigenous organizations. The federal government also provides rapid tests to First Nations, northern, remote, and isolated communities. We have provided $8.1 million to the Canadian Chamber of Commerce to support distribution to small and medium-sized businesses throughout local chambers in an attempt to support the reopening of the economy and a safe return to the workplace. Indeed, I can say this is true because my local Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce here in Milton, contacted my office just the other day to ask if we would like some of those tests as a member of the Chamber here in Milton. And I thank them for their ongoing work. Organizations with 200 or more employees, including federally regulated businesses, are also able to receive free COVID-19 rapid tests directly from the Government of Canada. Through the distribution of more than 8.5 million rapid tests, these screening programs have been a really effective tool in identifying individuals with COVID-19, helping to reduce transmission and community outbreaks. In all of the above initiatives, the government is working closely with our partners because a challenge national in scale requires a cohesive and unified national approach. But as this pandemic evolves, so must our actions. With the Omicron variant, we have seen a sharp increase in demand for rapid tests. Canadians realized that they had to have an additional tool to manage our own risks, and that's why the government introduced Bill C-10, an act respecting certain measures related to COVID-19. If passed, Bill C-10 would allow the additional purchase and distribution across the country of an additional $2.5 billion worth of COVID-19 rapid tests for the upcoming months. If passed, this funding would allow the government to continue providing provinces and territories with an adequate supply of rapid tests to allow the early detection of COVID-19 positive cases and mitigate the transmission of the virus by reaching out to a greater number of Canadians. It would allow us to continue to partner with the Canadian Red Cross to deliver rapid tests to community organizations, and it would allow us to continue to support screening programs operated by private businesses and federal departments and agencies. It would allow Canadians across the country to access rapid tests in order to better manage their risks as they go back to their activities, and we all learn to live with COVID-19. We all know that COVID-19 remains a global threat. We recognize that we will need to learn to live with it and find the right balance between a progressive return to normalcy and an ongoing surveillance of the virus transmission in order to quickly identify and isolate cases. Rapid tests will help us toward that transition. The evidence bears out that testing is an integral component of the suite of public health measures to keep the economy open and Canadians safe. À cette fin, le gouvernement
To this end, the Government of Canada is committed to supporting the provision of tests to provinces and territories, to businesses, to not-for-profit organizations, as well as to federal workplaces. These initiatives, along with other public health measures, are integral to protect Canadians from COVID-19 and to bolster the economy as we make the transition to the next phase of the pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Some questions now from my colleagues.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the speech. I have a question that doesn't necessarily deal with the substance of the bill, but rather on the motion, since we're talking about the motion. So I was wondering, since there is a will in the House of Commons to go relatively quickly in looking at this bill, we feel that they're using the gag order too much. Would it be not relevant for us to go to committee in order to ask the ministers and public servants the questions about what has been done in order to ensure there have been acquisitions since January 1st? We want to know what has happened since January 1st. Would that not be relevant to have a little bit of committee work done in this regard? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. If I may, I would prefer to answer in English.
So our health committee has been deliberating this, and her colleague from the Bloc Québécois would be able to reinforce how much conversation we've had at the health committee regarding this. We had an update in January regarding this, where we did touch on this bill with the minister. But if more conversations, more debate, more interventions are necessary at committee, I am at the members' disposal, and certainly more than willing to talk to the Bloc Québécois member of the health committee to discuss this important bill.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his interesting intervention today. He spoke a lot about rapid tests and about testing, and I agree with him that that is an excellent tool that we have to help us get through this pandemic and move into the next stage and to go forward. Certainly, I think my family has used many of the rapid tests. I have school-aged children, and so that's something that we've been able to do. There has been some discrepancy in Alberta, though, and I wanted to just double-check with him. There's been discrepancy with what the provincial government has said we have versus what the federal government has said they've sent. And so I'm wondering what pieces are in place to make sure that those, where is the transparency, I guess, on rapid testing and the rapid tests that are being sent to the province to make sure that they are being publicly delivered, publicly available, free of charge?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague and friend from Edmonton Strathcona for the very important question. I'll be honest, I agree with you as an MP here in Ontario. I've had similar questions when we've heard that rapid tests are broadly available through certain means and knowing that the federal government has procured and delivered tests to the provinces, and yet they've been challenging to find and procure. In fact, over the Christmas holidays, I recognized as an employer here in Milton with my constituency staff that I didn't have enough rapid tests in order to safely bring them back to work in the new year. So I bought some, and they came from Alberta via mail. So I'd be happy to sit down with the member to discuss particular issues in Alberta and make sure that accountability is there and that transparency is available to every member as we go forward with these rapid tests, which will be and continue to be a very important tool in fighting COVID-19. Thank you. Questions
and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What I have found is within the legislation that we're talking about, it really highlights the importance role that both Ottawa and our province actually play, where Ottawa is acquiring literally tens of millions of rapid tests, and through the provinces, they're using distribution to make sure that the population receives it. And within this legislation, we are now also continuing to support small businesses. Making sure Canadians get the rapid tests is a high priority for this government, and if the member can just provide his thoughts in terms of just to the degree in which there's a high sense of participation and cooperation from the different levels of government and Canadians in general by participating in the importance of rapid tests.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague and fellow parliamentary secretary for the important question. I couldn't agree more. Ever since the beginning of this pandemic, Canadians have all wanted to know when this is going to be over and when we can all go back to normal, and various levels of government have been working together to ensure that that's as quick as possible. I'm in regular contact with public health officials here in Halton, as well as municipal members, as well as local clinics, to make sure that we have that vertical approach to making sure that all of our services to our community members are aligned. And every step of the way, we've had to adjust some of these measures, develop proposals, introduce programs, and deliver those and ensure that it's communicated to Canadians in a timely manner. The drop in Omicron cases recently means that we can now make some more changes. Things have already begun to change across the country, and various levels of government and different jurisdictions are making those decisions based on local numbers. But we're going to follow the science. We're going to follow the evidence. We're going to continue to keep Canadians safe, and we're going to react to evidence and numbers and science, not just which way the wind is blowing or what the headlines are saying in the newspaper. Because as legislators in this place, we have an obligation to make the most responsible decisions, not always the most popular ones. Because, like everybody, I'd love nothing more to go to a crowded concert or a Raptors game this weekend, but it's just not time for that just yet. So I understand how frustrated Canadians are. I count myself among them. But if we want to see an end to this pandemic, then we have to just continue to trust science and get people vaccinated. And I just want to say thanks once again to the over 97% of Miltonians who have already received their first dose.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
I thank the parliamentary secretary for his comments. Like Alberta, I think in British Columbia, we also don't know how many rapid tests are we getting, and individuals are having a tough time accessing them. I actually personally experienced that myself, and for my children and for myself. So from that perspective, I think it'd be very useful if the parliamentary secretary can provide information to all members of parliament with respect to how many rapid tests have been distributed to provinces and the distribution process so that we know. And then lastly, will the Canadian government be moving to ensuring that rapid tests would be available free of charge at pharmacies for all Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague and friend from Vancouver East for the important question. I'm happy to follow up with specific numbers for British Columbia. I don't have them at my disposal, but I will follow up over email and make sure that you have access to that information. I agree that pharmacies are, the most logical place to be delivering rapid tests and things of this nature. I find it, bizarre that they've been given out at various places like fast food joints and LCBOs in Ontario. But the point is, whatever and however we can get them into the hands of Canadians as quickly as possible is the best strategy. We've continued to work with provinces and territories to ensure that's the case. I fully recognize, I agree, they haven't been as available as possible, and that just adds further credence to the necessity of getting this bill passed as quickly as possible so that we can continue to ensure that there's a reliable pipeline of rapid tests available to Canadians through various means, because it's not a one-size-fits-all methodology. The pharmacy might work for some people, whereas other people might, choose and want another method of delivery. The mail has come up quite regularly. I'm surprised it didn't come up today in questions. And when I've raised that with officials, there is concern about the freezing of the matrix that's necessary to do the tests. So if they were to sit in my mailbox currently in Milton today, it's snowing, I know that they would freeze, and then they would unfortunately not be useful anymore. So there are challenges with distributing them in cold weather, but we're going to continue to do our best to make sure that they're available to Canadians as quickly as possible. And I ask my fellow members in this House to ensure that this bill passes expediently so that we can get them to the hands of our neighbours as quickly as possible.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we know from the beginning of this pandemic that testing and tracing were key components of dealing with COVID. We knew that back in early 2020. And yet, by the end of 2021, the federal government had procured only 120 million rapid antigen tests. That's for that whole time. Now, that sounds like a big number, but it's not when you consider we have, 38 million Canadians. That's about 3 or 4 tests per Canadian. And in January, the government announced that they would deliver 140 million tests by the end of the month, but as of January 21st, they'd only delivered about a third of that. I'm in favor of having many more tests, but as Canadians across the country know, they're having difficulty accessing rapid tests and PCR tests. So my question, my honourable colleague, is this is a big amount of money, the spirit's in the right place, but how can he assure Canadians that these big numbers will actually result in tests being procured and distributed to Canadians where they need them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Vancouver Kingsway for the important question, and I thank him for his expertise and willingness to work together on the Health Committee as well. We've been collaborating quite efficiently, and I hope that can continue. As the member identified, testing is an important way to fight this. It's not the only way. Rapid tests haven't been the only source of testing, but we
have to resume debate. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Madam Speaker, I stand before this House of Commons having been asked to undertake the great task of helping others to understand why we should allow free and open debate on a bill which requests to spend $2.5 billion, billion with a B, on rapid tests. Now, Madam Speaker, to some in this government, that may not seem like a great deal of money. However, it is to me, and I think to the constituents which I represent in Cumberland Colchester, it is also a great deal of money. You see, Madam Speaker, like many of us in this House, I grew up in modest circumstances. I grew up in a trailer park in New Brunswick in which my mother of 88 years still lives. Now, I'm not going to stand here and tell any of you that I went without many things, because that would not be true. However, I will tell you that my father worked hard for the money he made, and my mother chose to stay home to raise my brother and me. Now, some out there may wonder how this is relevant to spending $2.5 billion. I do believe that it's important that the taxpayers of Canada understand that there are those of us who have been elected to this House of Commons who remember their upbringing and choose to understand the value of a dollar. I was fortunate enough to have done well in school and had the great pleasure to attend medical school. However, given my roots, my parents were not able to fund any part of my education, and therefore I worked different summer jobs, such as building houses and landscaping and building roads. Sadly, all of these things were still not enough for me to fund a medical education, and therefore I joined the Royal Canadian Air Force. This enabled me to be on a much better road financially, and I have no regrets. Around that same time, I met my now wife of 31 years. Some of you may find this strange, but not long after we'd been dating, she asked me if I had a budget. I said at the age of 20, I'd met the love of my wife, who asked me if I had a budget. I was 20. Well, in my mind, I did have a budget. I made money, as I stated, in the above summertime jobs that I had. I paid my residence fees, which included my food. I paid for my tuition and all the books that I desired, and then I spent the rest. That's a budget. The only good thing about such a budget was I didn't have any debt, and I had a roof over my head, and I had food in my belly. And as the years have passed, my wife continues to make it clear that obviously, had I not met her, today I would have no savings for my future, and of course, being a physician, I don't have a pension. Madam Speaker, these are things which concern me, that if we do not examine the spending habits of this Liberal government, where's the, quote, pension for Canadians? If we allow the government to spend unchecked and unabashedly and irresponsibly, then what is there going to be left for Canadians in the future? Who is going to pay this massive debt? So therefore, do I take this seriously when I think about spending $2.5 billion? You bet I do. Madam Speaker, I also think it's important that Canadians realize the context of $2.5 billion. The Canadian median total income is $40,770 as of 2019. In Nova Scotia, it was $38,080, and this is from 2019 data again for people in what they called couple families. For single people, it was significantly less at $30,780. Doing the math on $2.5 billion would give 81,221 citizens $30,780 each. Or, Madam Speaker, that would give one person $30,780 for 81,221 years. Certainly not an insignificant amount of money. Often now in government we throw around huge numbers and sums of money without even giving it its due consideration. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I think it important that people consider the vast amount of money that this truly is. Given that Canada's deficit this year is approximately $144 billion, this $2.5 billion expense expected to be passed without any debate is approximately 1.75% of the overall deficit. So once again, to perhaps keep this in context for the everyday Canadian who is raptly listening to the great words that I'm saying today, this would be equivalent to 40,000 times 1.75%, which is equivalent to about $700. Now, for some, they may say, sure, I'd be happy to give that to a group of people without asking what they want to use the money for. However, I do believe, Madam Speaker, for the people I represent in Cumberland Colchester, there's a better than average likelihood that they would at least have some conversation as to what the money would be spent for. Don't forget, Madam Speaker, that the $40,000 mark, that is the median income for Canada, would also mean there are half of Canadians who live on less than that amount. So once again, I would suggest that simply giving out money as requested without any debate in the matter is foolhardy and not in keeping with the role that we are asked to play here in the House of Commons. Another way to think about it is the Canadian dollar is approximately 19 micrometers thick. And with mathematics, 1 meter equals 1 million micrometers. And if I've done the math correctly, that would be a stack of $1 bills if we still had them, 47.5 meters tall, or 156 feet. Once again, Madam Speaker, to try to keep this in perspective, that would be about 28 of me stacked on top of one another. Good looking stack. I think a final example, which is important when we talk about a ton of money. Now think about that. We often say a ton of money. $2.5 billion in loonies, which is equivalent to 2.5 billion times 6.27 grams, which then equals 15,675,000,000 grams. When we multiply this by 0.001, that means we have 15,675,000 kilograms. From kilograms to ton, we multiply by 0.0011. That would then equate to 17,242.5 tons of loonies. That is a veritable ton of money, or at least, Madam Speaker, a ton of loonies. The other important thing I think Canadians need to, or perhaps be reminded of, is the sad state of financial affairs in this great country we all call home. The current debt in Canada, according to debtclock.ca, is that Canada's federal debt is over $1.2 trillion. That is, oddly enough, about $31,000 per Canadian, right around the median income, growing at $424 million a day, or $17.6 million per hour. So for those folks out there who perhaps don't usually think about monetary policy or other such thing, I do believe it's time to give them their due consideration. And if you want to dig even deeper, my share of the debt when I was born 53 years ago was $688. That gives me reason to pause and gives me great cause for concern. Therefore, when I'm asked we should debate spending $2.5 billion, I think it's important that we do so. So have a look at debtclock.ca and understand what your portion of the debt is at the current time and how much it's increasing. So my colleagues and friends, that is simply talking about the financial aspects of this motion. I do also believe that it's our democratic responsibility to have our elected representatives constantly and consistently keeping the government in check and realizing the need to do so for us on this side as Canada's official opposition. That, of course, does not mean we simply have to oppose everything. It does mean that everything should be given good consideration and, when appropriate, given up to vigorous debate. We have seen during my short time here in the House that, of course, that's not always the case. Indeed, we have given unanimous consent to a bill. Also, we have seen another opposition motion to modify the Constitution proposed by the opposition that has passed in this House. So for those who wish to argue simply that this is a means to argue a frivolous concept or something that we should be very easily passed with unanimity or without debate, clearly that can be done in very particular circumstances. And as I have mentioned, we've been able to accomplish this during the last 4.5 months in this House. Further, as taken from a lecture by Larry Diamond in 2004, and I quote, "When questioning what democracy is, he defines it through the following 4 important concepts. 1, a political system for choosing and replacing the government through free and fair elections. 2, the active participation of the people as citizens in politics and civic life. 3, protection of the human rights of all citizens. And 4, a rule of law in which the laws and procedures apply equally to all citizens." Of course, in our democracy, the elections which are alluded to above chose the 338 of those of us sitting in this House to be your proxy, or to voice the opinion which we believe are most representative of those in our ridings. For example, as I mentioned previously, my riding is Cumberland-Colchester in Nova Scotia. Each riding consists of 70,000 to 100,000, perhaps a little more people. And of course, there are ridings which have significantly more and those which may have fewer. This then leaves us with the idea of representation from all parts of this great nation. These diverse opinions brought to this House of Tradition form all parts, not just geographically, but to represent all peoples who make up the citizenship of Canada. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we realize it would be very easy to understand that often there's a multitude of opinions as to how the House should proceed, and I would suggest that the presentation of said opinions through, as I mentioned previously, vigorous debate would be the underpinnings of how to move forward. Simply acquiescing to the desires of one party or another with issues of great import would seem all but impossible and not respectful to the rule of democracy and the representation which we have been tasked to give to those constituents in our respective ridings. Madam Speaker, given my own history as someone who has served in our military, certainly I would be remiss not to remind all of my fellow parliamentarians of the great sacrifice that those who have served in the military and their families have given to fight for democracy and the freedoms which we hope to enjoy here in Canada. Madam Speaker, I had the fantastic opportunity to attend the 75th anniversary celebrations of D-Day and be on Juno Beach on June 6, 2019. Certainly everyone here who's had an opportunity to visit Juno Beach would have had a similar experience. However, Madam Speaker, the ability to walk on that beach exactly 75 years in the difference, wearing a military uniform and representing the Nova Scotia Highlanders is indeed special. This tour allowed us many different opportunities, such as visiting the graves of Canadian fallen soldiers, immaculately kept up by the French, and having the awesome opportunity to speak to and to enjoy a beer with Canadian veterans who had aged reasonably well and made the incredible trek back to where they had stormed the beaches 75 years prior. To have had that opportunity to meet and converse and simply be in the presence of such men was a privilege I shall recall the rest of my life. Madam Speaker, I think it's short-sighted in any way, shape, or form to dishonor the memory of these men in the fight for democracy against tyranny that they performed on behalf of all of us who have followed them. Madam Speaker, to bring this thought around democracy to a close, we also had the opportunity at that time to visit the Ardennes Abbey. Madam Speaker, for those who do not know, on June 7th, 1944, 20 Canadian prisoners of war, many from the regiment for whom I was the honorary colonel, the North Nova Scotia Highlanders, were massacred. They were either shot in the head or bludgeoned to death. Why bring up such graphic detail, Madam Speaker? Well, these are the individuals who fought for our democracy and against tyranny. These are the men that we are tasked to represent here in the House of Commons in our great democratic system. Of course, we all know that the loss of lives did not end on June 7th, 1944. We are all well aware that soldiers have continued to put on the uniform to defend our country and our way of life and our democracy before these folks I spoke of and ever since this time. We wish to continue to honor and mourn the loss of those souls, lest we forget. So, Madam Speaker, this has reviewed for parliamentarians the vast sum of money this government is asking us to spend, and to do so without any debate. At this juncture, I hope there are those out there who realize that this is our sacred duty, not just related to the democratic process for which we were elected, but also in response to the significant sacrifice made by those who have worn a military uniform and allow us the democratic process which we now represent. Madam Speaker, I'd now like to turn my attention in these remarks toward the concept of leadership. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the lack of leadership shown by this Liberal government to be the uniting voice for all Canadians simply does not exist. Due to the significant numbers of emails that my office receives every day, and I know that every office of every parliamentarian across Canada is receiving similar emails, it is very clear that Canadians are not happy with the leadership, or certainly lack of leadership, shown by this Liberal government. When Canadians reach out to their members of Parliament with such grave concerns, I think it even more important that we understand the weight of the democratic process and the need to debate policies and bills put forth by this government. Canadians are unhappy with the current state of affairs, and therefore, I believe parliamentarians would be remiss in their duties should they not take this opportunity to voice the concerns of their constituents and bring to debate the ideas of this government. As I may have mentioned previously during other debates this week, there's a significant vilification, stigmatization, and division of Canadians. It is unclear at the current time the motivation for this lack of leadership and the division of Canadians. Madam Speaker, I think it's germane to once again review the 13 rules of leadership put forth by former Secretary of State General Colin Powell. Number 1, and I quote, "It ain't as bad as you think. It will look better in the morning." Number 2, "Get mad, then get over it." Number 3, "Avoid having your ego so close to your position that when your position falls, your ego goes with it." Number 4, "It can be done." Number 5, "Be careful what you choose. You may get it." Number 6, "Don't let adverse facts stand in the way of a good decision." Number 7, "You can't make someone else's choices. You shouldn't let someone else make yours." Number 8, "Check small things." Number 9, "Share credit." Number 10, "Remain calm. Be kind." Number 11, "Have a vision. Be demanding." Number 12, "Don't take counsel of your fears or naysayers." And the final one, Madam Speaker, is "Perpetual optimism is a force multiplier." Now, of course, friends and colleagues, some of these rules may be debatable and does not apply, of course, in all discussions, in all areas, in all leadership positions. I do believe several of them may be applicable at the current time. One might consider, it can be done. Things can actually be done. Remain calm, very important. Be kind, also, great saying. And of course, perpetual optimism is a force multiplier. As we reflect upon these rules of leadership, perhaps we should ask ourselves, what type of leader are we, and what type of leader would you like to follow? What type of leader would benefit Canadians? And what type of leader should lead a nation in a time of crisis? What type of leader... Excuse me, Madam Speaker. What type of leader should lead a nation during an unprecedented pandemic? What step should a leader take to protect the citizens of a nation? Are there times that mandates and lockdowns and restrictions are appropriate? Should they be time limited? Should there be a reasonable plan put forward by leadership to give its citizens hope? A novel idea. When nations do not have faith in their leadership, which can be judged by metrics such as the outpouring of emails, the political commentary, the social media posting, and the general uproar being experienced by Canadians at the current time, then of course, those of us elected to represent Canadians should take on the responsibility of debating issues, important issues, which the government simply wishes we could all just get along and agree with their ideological agenda. Perhaps if we had leadership which was clearly not dividing Canadians and sought to unify Canadians and was generally agreed upon by Canadians, then the idea of a possibility of agreeing to forego debate on lofty matters could be considered. As we all know, Canadians feel miserable at the current time. We've heard this before. This, of course, comes from the misery index. Not for 1 second do I believe that this is solely related to the COVID-19 pandemic. This, of course, is related to a multitude of issues which are gripping our nation. 30-year high inflation, the loss of 200,000 jobs last month alone, a loss of hope for the future, and uncertainty in our physical and mental well-being. All of these difficulties I place squarely at the feet of the leadership of the Liberal Party. The job of great leadership is, of course, to inspire others to want to follow them. It is not to coerce or bully or mock or name-call or frighten them into following you. It is to unify people and to recognize, of course, that those things which bind us together in the greatness of this Canadian nation are greater than those things which citizens may think are tearing us apart. As per Mike Myatt from Forbes magazines, he gave us a leadership job description in 2012, and I quote, "I would suggest much of what we view today being represented as leadership is actually a cheap imitation of the real thing by those who are role-playing, but clearly are not leading." Leadership, again, this goes on to quote Madam Speaker, leadership is about maximizing a W-2. It's not about personal glory or media attention. Put simply, true leadership isn't about the leader. Leadership is more than a title. It's a privilege, and therefore a burden of the highest responsibility. Nothing is more dangerous than a leader who loses sight of their real purpose to serve something greater than themselves. I'll continue to quote Madam Speaker because I think this bears perhaps some learning here. Courage, character, humility, vision, wisdom, integrity, empathy, persistence, compassion, aggressivity, discernment, commitment, confidence, a bias to action, the ability to resolve a conflict, a servant's heart, determination, creativity, self-discipline, love, loyalty, outstanding decision-making ability, engaged, authentic, transparent, a great strategic thinker, passion, a positive attitude, intelligence, great communication skills, common sense, generosity, the ability to identify and develop great talent, someone who creates a certainty of execution, attention to detail, faith, an active listener, a prolific learner, respect for others, innovative, excellent tactical capability, charisma, extreme focus, a high risk tolerance, a broad range of competencies, and the list goes on. I end the quote there. Much food for thought in that quote. Madam Speaker, I realize that was very long. However, I think some of the best writings were embodied here in this description of leadership qualities. Not once in there did we hear the words division, stigmatization, mocking, name-calling, villainization, not heard in any of that list of great leadership qualities, Madam Speaker. These words are important for all of us here, all of us parliamentary colleagues, and Canada in general to reflect upon, as I believe Canada is now in the crisis of leadership of this nation. This makes it more importantly for those things which we now know are up for debate and indeed need to be debated. I realize, of course, Madam Speaker, that many of my colleagues simply wish to move on to the topic at hand of rapid tests and their deployment to the provinces for use for all Canadians. Certainly, the Conservative members on this side of the House have been advocating for the deployment of rapid tests for, I don't know, perhaps 18 months now, almost 2 years. That is why we're here almost 2 years into the pandemic, and the government is now asking to spend $2.5 billion on rapid tests. Is this now perhaps too little, too late, and not at the right time, which has become the motto of this Liberal government? As I spoke to one person about it as we begin to learn to live with COVID-19, as it becomes an endemic and not a pandemic, and perhaps all of us will simply learn to stay home when we have symptoms, then what is the usefulness of rapid tests at that point? Perhaps a rhetorical question. Does it give us any further protection? What is the sensitivity and specificity of the rapid tests? Where do they come from? Are they domestically produced? Shouldn't they be domestically produced? How useful are they in the period before people have any symptoms? During this dynamic time of new science and great controversy associated with my aforementioned remarks, the answers to those questions will be difficult, debatable, and perhaps downright unanswerable. However, I do think that should the use of rapid tests give Canadians some increased awareness of the possibility that they may have COVID, yet balance this with the false reassurance that they do not, then there may be some usefulness in procuring these tests at this time. Another concern, of course, is that since many Canadians are frustrated and exhausted, unfortunately there is more than an equal chance that many of these tests will sit on shelves and go unused until their usefulness expires. Besides the potential for giving Canadians a false hope, those who indeed have the illness but are given a false negative test result, the expiry of these tests on the shelf without being used could perhaps be the greatest tragedy of all after having spent $2.5 billion that this Liberal government has asked for at the current time. Decision-making, good decision-making, is about having the right data at the right time and the right or correct hands of those capable of making the right decision. Once again, I would say to my fellow colleagues, I would be exceedingly concerned that this government continues along with its decision-making motto of too little, too late, and not at the right time. I would also suggest that it's important that the government, along with these tests, roll out a plan for adequate instruction to the Canadian population. Many have had PCR tests in the past, and the possibility of collecting an improper sample using a rapid antigen test is significant. From the current medical literature, it also appears there's a possibility that collecting a throat sample and then a nose sample may be more accurate. Hopefully not the other way around. Of course, many Canadians have seen such news, and the actual manufacturer would have to weigh in on those discussions, and the most appropriate thing would be to have a national plan with advertising both on social media and on the television with video coverage would be appropriate to give Canadians good instruction such that an adequate sample would be collected to give the best possible result. This, of course, would take time, and significantly more financial resources would have to be added to the $2.5 billion requested simply for the tests themselves. Also, we have to understand the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary talked about giving these out at pharmacies for free, which is not unreasonable. We're funding them as a government. But should we expect pharmacists to be the ones on how to instruct people how to use them? That would be unacceptable, and therefore that would be important for the media to help us with that. So we've looked at budgetary consideration, the massive amount of money, the $2.5 billion is, 17 tons of loonies. We looked at the issue of democracy and the vast responsibility and history that is behind this democratic institution to which we all have a responsibility and for which we've been elected to be here and to support the ideals of our constituents. We've discussed the significant lack of leadership shown by this Liberal government, which in and of itself would necessitate that any legislation brought forward by this Liberal government would require a debate. We've also talked about the tests themselves, their potential for improper use, their potential for inaccuracies, and the potential that they may not be used at all given the state of this pandemic in which Canada finds itself. Madam Speaker, I'd be remiss in my remarks if I didn't mention the desertion of at least 3 caucus members of the Liberal Party. To me, Madam Speaker, what this suggests is even within the confines of the Liberal Party, notwithstanding those of us who sit in opposition, there is dissension as to which direction the government should go. This has been supported by several media interviews and, of course, by said members, and perhaps even more will follow. If within the party these desertions continue and the dissension continues, how could other parties simply support putting forth a bill without any debate?
Déclaration des députés. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cookville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few years ago, I had the honour to travel to Ukraine to oversee the elections as part of our delegation of Canadian parliamentarians. It gave me an opportunity to get to know Ukrainians up close and personal. In my riding of Mississauga East Cooksville, we have a vibrant Canadian-Ukrainian community, including my lovely wife, Christina, who is of Ukrainian descent. All of them are deeply concerned for their families and friends in Ukraine. They're worried about the Russian aggression, which not only is a threat to Ukraine, but to all of Europe. Like our Minister of Foreign Affairs and our Right Honourable Prime Minister, who have strongly voiced, we stand with Ukraine. We are working with our NATO allies and have extended Operation Unifier. When Ukraine needed financial support, we were there. We stepped up with more support for military training and cyber intelligence. Our commitment includes our doubling of the Canadian Armed Forces members that are working alongside our NATO allies to help protect Ukraine. We will continue to do whatever is needed to de-escalate the current situation and will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
The Honourable Member for Denison-Mississippi, Churchill River.
Bravo. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's a privilege today to rise and honour the life of Harold R. Johnson. A member of Montreal Lake Cree Nation and a resident of L'Orange, Harold has been a voice for Northern Saskatchewan through his work as an author that captured the essence of the region, the communities, and the people. Harold joined the Canadian Navy at the age of 17, and afterwards became a logger and a miner like so many Northerners do. He followed that experience with a decision to return to school, eventually earning a law degree from Harvard University. After years of running his own private practice and then becoming a Crown prosecutor, Harold pursued his passion of writing and began an illustrious career as a published author. His book, Firewater, How Alcohol is Killing My People and Yours, was a finalist for the Governor General's Literary Award for Nonfiction. Harold's influential voice in Northern Saskatchewan and all of Canada will live on through the words he has left us. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in recognizing the life and the legacy of Harold R. Johnson.
Hear, hear. Wow.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hesper.
Madam Speaker, today I would like to highlight an amazing small business located in my riding of Kitchener South Hesper. Papoose Place Subs and Ice Cream, affectionately known as Papoose, has been a fixture of Hesper's downtown core and a local favorite for 25 years. Owner Chris Bogas purchased the business when it was in its infancy, and through hard work and determination has turned it into the award-winning icon that it is today. Immigrating from Greece and trained as a butcher, Chris is a testament to the entrepreneurial spirit that makes Canada great. He has provided locals not only with great food and friendly service, but with countless fond memories for the people of Hespeler to cherish. Bearing such local significance, I was saddened to learn that Papoose will be closing its doors later this month. While we will all deeply miss Chris's presence in Hespeler, he's assured me that his Galt location will remain open, and he looks forward to serving his loyal customers there. Trust me, it's worth the drive. I speak on behalf of all those in Hespeler when I thank you for all the memories and your many years of service to the community. I ask the members.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
During the recent election, many issues were raised by the great people of Vancouver Kingsway, but none came up more than the housing crisis. To respond to this, I recently held a town hall to focus on one concrete measure to provide affordable homes to Canadians: co-op housing. This was born out of my visits to the many thriving co-ops in my riding that were built through the federal co-op program housing of the housing program of the 1970s and 80s. I was joined by several outstanding members of our community who shared their experience, knowledge, and vision as to how we can expand this incredibly successful housing model into the 21st century. Bernie Foyle of Still Creek, Cassia Cantrow of Trout Lake, and Nancy Hannum of Falls Creek Co-ops provided their first-hand perspectives, and UBC Professor Patrick Condon lent excellent economic advice. What is clear is that we can and we must get all levels of governments working together now to build many more of these secure, affordable, community-building gems.
Honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today marks International Day for Women and Girls in Science. This is a time to highlight the importance of equal access and full participation of women and girls in all areas of science and technology. Our role is to ensure not only that women and girls are present in the sciences, but also to ensure that they have the means to be leaders, innovators, and agents of change. Madam Speaker, I want to recognize the role played by organizations in my riding of Sudbury, such as Women in Mining, Women in Science and Engineering, and Modern Mining Technology Sudbury. These organizations are working to strengthen the role of women and girls in the sciences, not only as benefiting from change, but also as the very agents of change. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dauphin-Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Bob Edmondson. Bob passed away last month after a battle with cancer. He served as my campaign manager in both my nomination and first campaign. He would later serve my constituents as outreach coordinator. It is fair to say, if it were not for Bob's steadfast support, I would not be here today. Bob was a man of faith and family. He loved watching his boys Joel and Jesse play hockey, not only as a dad, but as a coach. He was especially blessed to watch Joel win a Stanley Cup. His unwavering dedication to help others was Bob's way. He was a true coach, just not in sport, but in life. I was honored to call Bob my friend. I know I will miss his wise words and witty sense of humor. My heart goes out to his wife Lois and all his family. Rest in peace, Bob. You will be missed.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chitsikook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very excited to announce two initiatives that will bring 20 units of low-income in my riding of Sackville, Preston Chesapeake. The Salt Harbor Rescue Mission project, representing $3.38 million, will bring a facility of 12 units, affordable units, in the Chesapeake area, targeting vulnerable women. The Fairfax Homes project was designed by the folks in Akuma. It will bring $3.1 million of funding and will produce 8, if you want, affordable housing units for African Nova Scotian seniors and those with disabilities in the Cherrybrook area. Both projects, Madam Speaker, will capture the spirit of what it is, rapid housing, and how important it is and why it was designed. I look forward to the completion of these projects and, of course, the continued investments in Sackville, Preston Chesapeake. Thank you.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Madam Speaker, 12 years ago tomorrow, my riding was proud to host many events of the 2010 Winter Olympic and Paralympic Games. These games were an unqualified success where Canadian athletes won the most gold medals ever won for a country at the Winter Games. Infrastructure investments greatly enhanced the quality of life of the entire region, and the event served as a turning point for reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. The region is also again now launching a bid to host the Winter Games in 2030, but this time it's in fact being led by the 4 host First Nations, a first for the Olympic Games. As the people of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country continue to make Olympic history, I want to highlight 7 athletes from my riding who are competing in Beijing. Broderick Thompson, Simone Dartois, Sofiane Gagnon, Natalie Corliss, Trinity Ellis, Reed Watts, Marielle Thompson, and the many other high-level athletes that continue to train in the region. I wish you all the best of luck, and I know that you will continue to make our community and our country proud. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. St. John Campus has played a fundamental role in ensuring the vitality of the Francophonie in Western Canada, being the only post-secondary institution for Francophones in Winnipeg. It's a real cultural hub for the Franco-Albertan community. We know that there is a growing demand for bilingual workers, and the needs are met through this campus in ensuring qualified and bilingual workers. Unfortunately, since 2000, the campus has suffered unstable funding and a freezing of funds. It's time for the government to set aside partisanship and ensure adequate, permanent, predictable, and indexed to the cost of living funding to ensure that this campus can grow and continue. This is not only important for the Franco-Albertan community, but for the viability of the entire Francophone community network across the country.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Madam Speaker, with the passing of John Hondrick, we lost a dedicated city builder and a newspaperman who believed deeply in the value of journalism, both in the service of progressive values and as essential for a healthy democracy. Born into newsrooms, John started as a copy boy and night reporter with the Ottawa Citizen before joining the Toronto Star as a reporter and going on to become a bureau chief, then editor, publisher, and chairman. Receiving the CJF's Lifetime Achievement Award, John called attention to the crisis in journalism today. He spoke of quality journalism as a form of public service, the need to confront lies with truth, and he challenged all of us to make quality journalism thrive in Canada. On behalf of our 416 caucus, we pay our respects and remember John Hondrick for his philanthropy, mentorship, and humility, as a passionate advocate for social and racial justice, as a fierce defender of his reporters and of journalism, as an advocate for Toronto and a New Deal for cities, and above all, as a champion of newsrooms who believed that the newspaper was there to do the public good.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, the people of my riding of Langley-Aldergrove are pleased to have a commitment from all levels of government now to extend Metro Vancouver SkyTrain from downtown Surrey into downtown Langley. It is exactly what Langley needs, one of Canada's fastest growing urban centres, but Madam Speaker, it's not enough. Every day, thousands of commuters are stuck in traffic on Highway 1, westbound in the morning, eastbound in the afternoon. The 264th interchange has not been expanded since it was first built in 1964, despite explosive growth in the area. We are looking to all levels of government to commit to widening Highway 1 from Langley through Aldergrove into Abbotsford. This critical section of the Trans-Canada Highway is vital to all of Canada. It is the Lower Mainland's primary highway link to the rest of Canada. It services Canada's the largest port, the Port of Vancouver, our third largest urban centre. Madam Speaker, it's time to get the job done for my riding, for British Columbia, indeed for all of Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, we should be proud of all forms of energy in Canada and our history in the energy sector. 75 years ago, on February 13, 1947, well number 1 gushed for the first time.
The famous Vern Dryhole Hunter finally finds what he was looking for, and this discovery was the launch of the greatest energetic and economic development in Canadian history. Cette découverte a eu des effets bénéfiques.
This discovery had benefits for all Canadians. Over $500 billion were shared with the provinces today. We are proud to see that Canada is one of the countries, if not the country, in the world with the strictest environmental rules.
Action.ca wrote, and I quote, "The world needs more Canadian energy. Yes, we can support both climate action and Canadian oil and gas. Success is tied to our record of environmental innovation and emission reduction," unquote. Oui, Madame la Présidente, on peut...
Yes, Madam Speaker, we can look after the environment and Canadian energy sector. One doesn't prevent the other. As long as we need energy, let's ensure that it's Canadian.
And happy 75th anniversary, the
Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
I rise today to honor Dr. Nagula Dharmasangari, a Tamil-Canadian scientist and educator. He obtained an electrical engineering degree from Texas A&M University, master's and doctoral degrees from McMaster University, and an MBA from Oxford. He served as he was a pioneer in wireless technology and served as a principal scientist at BlackBerry. He was an adjunct professor at both McMaster University and the University of Waterloo. At Waterloo, he helped form the Center for Intelligent Antenna and Radio Systems. Dr. Sangari left an indelible mark in the realm of Canadian innovation, having secured over 20 inventions, 36 publications, and reviewed over 3,000 patents. He believed in the value of education and will forever be part of an awe-inspired generation of scientists around the world. He's deeply missed by his loving wife, Crystalline, son Joshua, family, and friends. May your soul rest in peace. Buongiorno.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby, and may I remind members to keep quiet so we can listen.
Madam Speaker, we see people are suffering from the impacts of the convoy. Truckers and small business owners and residents have been harassed and even assaulted during this application. In Windsor, we are seeing that our supply chain is being impacted, as well as the construction of cars, and there has been a shutdown. Schools have been targeted. Thousands of workers are finding it more difficult to feed their families and pay their rent, but instead of showing leadership for weeks, the Prime Minister has spent this time looking to give apologies instead of proposing solutions. Canadians are tired of excuses. The government must use all the tools available to put an end to this occupation that is undermining Canadian workers and their families, and to work on a plan to make it stop. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I want to take this opportunity to thank all those who ensure that French is heard in this theoretically bilingual institution. I am talking about the parliamentary interpreters. Difficult career, but very interesting. The work of an interpreter has taken a turn for the worse with virtual meetings during the pandemic. Many have suffered from cognitive fatigue and auditory injuries. On numerous occasions, I have sung the praises of this fascinating career to Noemi, a young translation student that I know. Resilience, dedication, and professionalism that the interpreters have shown to date deserve my greatest admiration. You have chosen this field because you love it, and I hope you can stay strong despite the challenges in this hybrid parliament. Please rest assured that you have my deepest gratitude, along with that of the entire Bloc Québécois team. We look forward to continue to work with you.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Speaker, the deliberate politicization of the pandemic has undermined trust in our public health institutions and has damaged national unity. Western alienation, rich versus poor, urban versus rural, vaccinated and unvaccinated. The divisions in this country are real. During the election, Speaker, the Prime Minister chose to capitalize on Canadians' fear and sow division for his own political gain. Shame on that Prime Minister, who, for the first half of the pandemic, told Canadians there were vaccines for those who want them. Then, sensing political gain, that message morphed into one of partition. You have the right not to get vaccinated, he said, but you don't have the right to sit next to someone who is. The Prime Minister's opportunism has created two classes of Canadians. Canadians now watch as the rest of the world moves forward, ending mandates and removing restrictions, while our government has no clear plan to do the same. It's time for this government to listen to the experts, trust the science, and find a more sustainable way to end the pain, the trauma, frustration of 2 long years of isolation.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Early in 2020, we were all facing an unforeseen global crisis. It was a life and death situation, leading to anxiety, fear, and confusion. Our Prime Minister and his team took the measure necessary to keep Canadians safe and to keep our economy going during this pandemic. On behalf of the residents of Brampton Centre, I would like to thank the Right Honourable Prime Minister for his leadership, standing up for Canadians, and having their backs when they needed it most. This deadly virus is not yet defeated. Vaccine mandates help Canadians safe. We must not allow a small group of extortionists to sabotage those efforts. Let's not squander the hard-fought achievement of the past 2 years by abandoning the fight before victory is achieved. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
Madame la Présidente,
Work together. That should be at the heart of the Prime Minister's thoughts during this very difficult time when every citizen is tired of the pandemic. Unfortunately, found out this week from the president of the Liberal Quebec Caucus that the Prime Minister chose an approach that would divide and stigmatize Canadians. The opposition and more Liberal members consider that the Prime Minister needs to table a plan for a return to normal life. When will we see this plan that will give hope to Canadians?
Le ministre de la Sécurité publique.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Monsieur le Président, depuis le début, nous soutenons toutes les villes qui sont impactées par la
We are with all cities that are impacted by the convoy. We've added resources such as RCMP officers in order to offer tactical and logistical support. And we are ready to offer more support. We've had productive meetings with the city today. We will continue to monitor the situation and pursue a strategy to get out of the pandemic through vaccination. The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. Madam Speaker, that's not a plan. For months now, Canadians have spoken out. The Prime Minister is responsible for the current situation. When Canadians suffer, when they're waiting for some hope, they can't just be content with being told that he understands them. He's the Prime Minister, and it is his responsibility. The member for Mont-Royal and Parliamentary Secretary clearly expressed in this place why will the Prime Minister still refuse to present a plan to put an end to vaccination mandates and restrictions. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Madame la Présidente, nous avons une stratégie et un plan.
Madam Speaker, we have a clear plan. Our strategy will get us out of the pandemic through vaccinations. When it comes to measures at the border, we will continue to listen to our public officials who work in public health. This is an effective plan, but now this convoy has to leave. It's not a demonstration of respect for the law. We need to uphold the law. That's how we live here in Canada. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-Lérable. Madam Speaker, please allow me to explain to my colleague that Canadians are wondering, and they have reason to do so, what is the criteria that's going to be used to raise restrictions? The vaccine mandates, working at home, PCR tests at the border. Is the Prime Minister waiting for 100% of Canadians to be vaccinated? We are the most vaccinated country in the G7. Canadians have done their part, and we're proud of it. My last question for the Prime Minister is this. What's his plan to quickly end and peacefully end the protests, which are gaining ground? Why? Because of his lack of leadership. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Canadians have worked hard to end the spread of COVID-19, but we have to continue our efforts. We all have a role to play in preventing its spread, and we all have to work together to get through the crisis.
Public health measures like physical distancing, wearing a mask, and yes, as my honourable colleague pointed out, getting vaccinated, we are all keeping our communities safe. And I thank my members opposite for ensuring that their communities continue to do so.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Canadians need and want a clear plan to end the mandates and restrictions. This week, 4 Liberal MPs came out against their own government and are demanding that the mandates be removed. I agree with them, and I also completely agree with the Liberal member from Louis-Hébert who said that the Prime Minister has intentionally stigmatized and divided Canadians for political gain. The Prime Minister has stopped basing his decisions on science. He's now basing them on political science, doing whatever it takes to save his own political skin. When will Canadians have a clear plan to end the mandates?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And ever since the beginning of this pandemic, Canadians have all wanted to know when this will be over and when we can go back to the way that things were before. I count myself among them. And every step of the way, we have had to adjust measures. We've developed new proposals and introduced novel programs to help keep Canadians safe and to ensure that Canadians know what's going on in a timely manner. The drop in Omicron cases recently means that we can make some changes. Things have already begun to change across the country, but we're going to continue to follow the science, the evidence, and we've done that from the start. And it's kept Canadians safe. And I reject the notion that we're allowing politics to get in the way when the member opposite is clearly...
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
It's not based on science, it's based on political science. Yesterday at Ethics Committee, Anne Kavukian said she found it disturbing that the government collected phone data without informing the public first, or worse, without their consent. Serious questions remain about whether the privacy rights of Canadians have been protected. The Privacy Commissioner has received so many complaints that he's opened an investigation. Canadians want answers. They also want PHAC to halt this program until their privacy can be guaranteed. Will the government respect the decision of the House of Commons to immediately suspend this data gathering program until we are sure that the privacy rights of Canadians have been...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our top priority from the very beginning of this pandemic has always been keeping Canadians healthy and safe while upholding the privacy standards that Canadians expect. And over the course of the pandemic, the Public Health Agency of Canada has used de-identified and aggregated data to perform and inform our government's response to COVID-19 and to transparently provide Canadians with information on the pandemic. That mobility data is released to the public and updated weekly via COVID Trends and the Weather Canada application. And while the mobility data being used by the Public Health Agency of Canada contains no personal information whatsoever, we will continue collaborating with the Ethics Commissioner and remain committed to safeguarding.
Honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Madame la Présidente. Madam Speaker, reinforcements are coming to Ottawa for the weekend, but once again, the reinforcements are not for the police, they're for the occupiers. For 4 days now, the Chief of Police in Ottawa has been asking for 1,800 more officers. Police officers and Parliamentary Protective Services are working day and night, and they deserve the federal government's support. Will the minister confirm that law enforcement will get the 1,800 extra officers they need, or will the occupiers be the one who are going to get their way for a third weekend? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madame la Présidente.
Pardon, Madam Speaker.
Du vandalisme aux actes de violence.
From vandalism to violence, the convoy has disrupted the city. No one is above the law. We expect the law to be applied. From the beginning, we've been there to support the city and the police, including by providing additional officers from the RCMP. Our absolute priority is to end the illegal blockade, to uphold the law, and to help people in Ottawa find their lives again. Madam Speaker, the state of emergency has been declared in Ontario, but wow, it doesn't show here at federal parliament. What started as a protest against vaccination has become a siege of Ottawa's downtown. It's transformed into barricades in Windsor, Manitoba, and Alberta, and these barricades are threatening our supply chains and economy. It turned into an international movement with impacts in the United States and France and New Zealand and elsewhere. The federal government's laissez-faire isn't reducing tension, it's making it worse. When will the minister note that putting one's head in the sand doesn't work? The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente, peut-être ma collègue.
Madam Speaker, perhaps my colleague has missed all the news and the action that the federal government has taken. We've added resources to bolster police forces here in Ottawa 3 times now, not just once, not just twice, but 3 times. We added officers to help out here in Ottawa. And even in Coutts, Alberta, we're continuing to work with the government of Alberta. From the beginning of the convoy, this government has taken real steps, such as adding officers.
New Westminster, Burnaby.
Protests financed and backed by wealthy far-right Americans forced thousands of Canadians out of work this week as border crossings are shut down and supply chains are completely blocked. Communities are asking for federal leadership, and the Prime Minister seems caught frozen in place like a deer in the headlights. Even our neighbors note the absence of leadership. The Washington Post reports this morning that the Biden administration wants the Prime Minister, quote, to use federal powers to resolve this situation. Why is this Prime Minister so incapable of managing this crisis? Why is he passing the buck to everyone else?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for the question. And indeed, right from the beginning of this convoy, we have been showing strong leadership by providing law enforcement with all of the resources that they need in Ottawa, in Windsor, and as well in Coutts, Alberta. My colleague refers to seeing leadership at the federal level. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to have participated in a call between the Prime Minister and all opposition parties, and I think that was a very constructive dialogue. And Madam Speaker, while our colleagues may be heckling, I would be calling on the Conservatives to join the federal government in calling on the convoy to go.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, the convoy is blocking Canadians from...
Open your eyes. Order. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The convoy is blocking Canadians from going to work across the country. People in my region of southwestern Ontario are heavily impacted. All Canadians are missing much-needed national leadership during this crisis. They're tired of jurisdictional excuses, and they just want this to stop. The vast majority of Canadians have done their part. They're following public health measures, and we owe them to use every tool available to stop these occupations and to work on a plan. When will this government end this occupation that is harming Canadian workers and their families?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, my colleague is absolutely correct in that 90% of Canadians have taken up their vaccinations, and it is a small, angry lot that continues to participate in these illegal blockades, which is why the government will provide law enforcement with all the tools and resources that they need. Our number one priority is very clear, Madam Speaker, and that is to end the illegal blockades, uphold the law, and make sure that we get trade and travel moving again. And that's why it is so imperative that every member in this chamber call on the convoy to go home.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Provinces and countries around the world are removing mandates and restrictions that lack compassion and empathy and are not in line with our allies and other G7 countries. Is the Prime Minister waiting to once again be the last to act? For the last 2 years, Canadians have been continually let down by this Liberal government. It is time for Canada to have a clear path out of this pandemic. Canadians have sacrificed to keep our communities safe, but now they're being ignored and discredited. When will they stop dividing and end the mandates?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And ever since the beginning of this pandemic, all Canadians have wanted to know when it will be over and when we can go back to the way that things were. And I count myself among them. I'm eager to get back to normal as well. The reality is we'll continue to do what's right for Canadians and keep people safe throughout this pandemic. Different jurisdictions have handled things differently, and we've seen that every step of the way. This includes some jurisdictions across this country, which we've been there to support, and different countries who have had much worse outcomes in some cases, and even with more restrictions. I'm proud of the fact.
Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, there are no gold medals for spin doctoring. This Prime Minister has stumbled from failure to failure on the COVID-19 response, and he seems to have forgotten the most pressing need for Canadian families. a foreseeable and successful return to normal public life. Yes. Instead of dismissing and stigmatizing Canadians who voice valid concerns, he needs to rise above politicizing this pandemic and provide answers. When will the Liberal government stop alienating those he disagrees with and find a way to—
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And personal attacks aside, I'm proud of Team Canada, and I give them a quick little shout out over at the Winter Olympics. And I'm sure all of members in this House are proud of our team. I don't know why you should want to take a personal dig at me for that. The reality is we want to continue to support Canadians. We want to keep them safe, healthy, and alive. We have to recognize this pandemic is not over, and we need to continue to trust science, encourage our neighbors to get vaccinated. I understand how frustrated Canadians are. I count myself among them, but we need to stay focused on keeping Canadians safe, and that includes some restrictions. But I will point out that most of those public health restrictions are provincial in nature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, nearly 2 years have gone by, and Canadians have held on to make it through this pandemic. It's time for the government to table a plan to allow citizens from all walks of life in our country to plan a return to a more normal life. We ask them to stop playing political games. The government must have a plan for reopening. Let's give Canadians some hope. When will the plan be tabled? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. It's a very important one. The Omicron variant is spreading quickly. That is why we quickly implemented public health restrictions at the border to continue to protect Canadians from the spread of COVID-19. As I've already said, our government officially recommends that Canadians should avoid all non-essential travel outside of the country. Collectively and individually, we all have a role to play. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
On veut pas entendre des restrictions.
Madam Speaker, we don't want to hear about restrictions. We want a plan for reopening. Nearly 90% of Canadians are vaccinated. Here in Ottawa, protesters came to send a message to regain a certain amount of freedom. Unfortunately, because of this Prime Minister's partisanship, the protest became a blockade. It's the third weekend now. Can the Prime Minister commit to quickly resolve and peacefully resolve this deadlock?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That the blockades are causing harm in our communities. So I would ask him to ask all of his members, all of his colleagues on the other side, to ensure that we're all encouraging people to go home. Because as we've seen recently, the member from Carleton says he's proud of the trucker convoy. The anti-vax protester is exactly what he wants for his new political agenda. So please, let's encourage everybody to go home, to evacuate this blockade in Ottawa that is causing so much harm, so that we can get on with our lives and continue to support Canadians and keep them healthy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
From these Liberals, we continue to see the politics of division. Instead of talking to Canadians, they try and divide them. Instead of doing their job, they pass the buck to the provinces at what's squarely their jurisdiction, our international borders. It was this Prime Minister who once said it's the role of a PM to build a stronger country, not make it easier for some to break it apart. Leadership means having conversations even when they're with people you disagree with. So is the Prime Minister prepared to have these conversations and to peacefully and quickly end the impasse that this country is facing?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, just last night, the Prime Minister had a conversation with the leader of the Conservative Party and all other leaders. And of course, we don't agree on all of the ways in which we're going to get out of the pandemic. But the single thread, the golden thread that has run through our strategy is that we have to get people vaccinated. And it's nice now to see that the Conservatives have finally realized that it is you can have disagreements, but you can't break the law. And that's why it's important that we all encourage the members of these illegal blockades to go home. No one is above the law, Madam Speaker. I would think that the Conservative Party, which is a party that claims to be the party of law and order, do the same thing.
No, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Canadians deserve a plan from this government on when they're going to end the federal mandates. Countries around the world, provinces across this country,
are making that decision. Even Canada's top doctor has said it's time to return to normalcy. Like the minister said, 9 out of 10 Canadians have been vaccinated. So is the goal from this government 100% before they reopen? And if that's the case, they need to tell Canadians that life won't get back to normal until 100% of Canadians are vaccinated. Canadians have done the hard work. It's time for this government to do their work. What is the plan to reopen?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what my colleague from Leeds Grenville tends to like to ignore is that every person that gets vaccinated is one less person that's likely to experience severe outcomes or head to the hospital or indeed die from COVID-19. So, Canada's a big country and public health advice can vary across the country due to local epidemiological situations in various jurisdictions. And as such, it's the responsibility of each government to take decisions that are most appropriate to their local epidemiological context. We also know that Canadians want to finish this fight against COVID-19, and I'd ask the member to encourage his community to continue to get vaccinated. I know there's a very high uptake in his community.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
Madam Speaker, the federal government finally realized that it is inhumane to cut the guaranteed income supplement to the least wealthy seniors if they receive CERB. It has introduced Bill C-12, which will stop the cuts, but only for the July payment, when seniors will have for a year been making sacrifices at the grocery store and even at the pharmacy. 12 months of daily sacrifices. The federal government is cutting into these people's vital income and plans to continue doing so until the beginning of the summer. How is it humanly possible to not act more quickly?
Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. We can all agree just how challenging this pandemic has been on seniors, and our government has been there from the start to support them. We committed to help seniors by issuing a one-time payment to those on GIS where it was reduced due to pandemic benefits. Additionally, as the member said, we introduced Bill C-12 to exclude any pandemic benefit for the purposes of calculating GIS going forward. I urge the member and all those on the other side to put politics aside and support Bill C-12. Thank you.
The honourable member from Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, I think the federal government has a duty to be better than that. Between the time it publicly admitted that cutting GIS for the least wealthy seniors in December was catastrophic and the time when it actually will stop cutting into seniors' income in a payment they'll receive at the end of June, 6 months will have passed. 6 months. The solution's not complicated. We just have to stop cutting seniors' income. How can that take 6 months to implement? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And again, thank you to the honourable member for the question, Madam Speaker. Low-income seniors rely on the different benefits that they receive, and we know that they count on them to make ends meet. That's why we boosted GIS for seniors who need it most, and we will deliver as soon as possible this one-time payment to affected seniors to compensate for any loss of GIS for taking pandemic benefits. As soon as the minister was appointed, she worked with officials and took action. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, I was proud during the economic and fiscal update when we announced a solution. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Association of Interior Realtors recently reported that the selling price of a typical single-family home in Kelowna has jumped to more than $1 million. That's up from $760,000 just the year before. The Liberals' housing plan is hurting families by making housing unaffordable and has been a failure. Home prices inflated $240,000 in just 1 year. Does the minister honestly believe that $1 million home is affordable to the average Canadian family?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. As you know, from the very beginning of our mandate, we've been tackling the essential issue of access to housing and affordability. In the throne speech, we were clear. We're going to be setting up many initiatives, whether it's the Housing Accelerator Fund, assistance for buying a first home, rent-to-own, and an annual tax on the value of real estate that belongs to non-residents.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals continue to be unclear with Canadians when it comes to their ideas to introduce new taxes on home sales. The CMHC backed a study into the supposed benefits of such a surtax, and the minister responsible for CMHC says he doesn't back that study. So why is his department studying policies he says he opposes, wasting taxpayer dollars on an organization who conducted the study that endorsed the Liberals in the last election?
Wow.
Unless it's about helping Liberal friends.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et je remercie ma collègue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question.
Secretary?
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I had an echo. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I just want to remind her that it's difficult to take the Conservative Party seriously regarding affordable housing when they voted against a tax on foreign-owned homes last week. If the Conservative Party doesn't want to deal with the problem of foreign investors who are increasing costs of housing, well, we'll do it. We've been very clear. We're not going to put a tax on people's capital.
Madame la Présidente, ma question s'adresse...
Madam Speaker, my question's for the Minister of Finance, and I'll let her in on a little secret. People in my riding who are struggling don't care about the country's GDP when they're struggling to put food on the table. Many citizens have to choose between heating their homes or eating tonight. A year ago, we were cleaning our groceries, and today, the groceries are cleaning us out. When will the minister provide real tools and solution to fight the ever-increasing problem of just inflation? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, we've cut taxes for the middle class twice and increased those of the wealthiest 1%. The Conservatives voted against it. We have indexed benefits to inflation, and Conservatives voted against it. We presented a bill and the funds necessary for a national early childhood strategy, and the Conservatives voted against it.
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, Canada's economy needs improved productivity, and for that we need to grow our workforce. More highly skilled immigrants, more people with the skills and the training and knowledge that employers require. But here's the problem, Madam Speaker. People can't afford to live in some of our economic generating cities because of out-of-control housing inflation. When will this government take concrete steps to curb inflation, increase the housing supply, and get Canada back into a leadership position in the G7?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Got enthusiasm for immigration as a strategy to grow the economy. And I look forward to tabling my plan with the immigration levels for the next few years in Canada sometime next week. He's right. We need to manage immigration in an appropriate way. So the workers who do come here to fill gaps in the labor force, to maximize our economic potential, do have a place to live. Madam Speaker, with record labor shortages, despite the fact that we have more jobs in Canada now than before the pandemic, immigration is going to be an important part of Canada's growth strategy. And I look forward to working with our Minister of Housing to ensure the national housing strategy makes housing more affordable for Canadians, including those who come to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Last year, BC commercial, recreational, and Indigenous fishers caught fewer fish in order to protect our salmon populations. They made big sacrifices that impacted their livelihoods to contribute to conservation efforts. But a recent report confirmed that Alaskan commercial fishers caught an estimated 800,000 sockeye salmon bound for BC. Will the minister work with her U.S. counterparts so the Pacific Salmon Treaty helps Canadian fishers and allows stocks to recover?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question from the Honourable Member, Madam Speaker. And this is obviously a very important topic to the Pacific Coast and for all of Canada. And we're going to continue to work with our partners to do deep dives to determine how we can best help this industry. And we'll continue doing that, as we've always have, with our stakeholders in a collaborative and coordinated fashion. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Madam Speaker, hundreds of fish harvesters on BC's coast applied for employment insurance based on the eligibility criteria on the department's website. After they applied, the department changed the criteria on its website and now is rejecting their applications. These fish harvesters have borne the brunt of recent fisheries closures. After years with little or no income, many are just barely hanging on. Now, either the government failed to communicate the eligibility criteria or it changed the goalposts at the last minute. Could the minister please inform this House? Which is it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again, Minister and Madam Speaker. And for my honourable colleague, again, as on the East Coast where I'm from, we understand the importance of helping our fishers and helping them through this troubled time. We were there during the pandemic. We'll continue to be there after the pandemic to ensure that people have the ability to stay afloat, to stay in good course. And that's what we're going to continue to do, Madam Speaker, continue to work every step of the way with the fishers to make sure that we're there 100%.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Madam Speaker, this week we saw the Canadian Environmental Protection Act introduced in the Senate. CEPA is the cornerstone of federal environmental protection legislation in Canada, which aims to protect Canadians and the environment. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Environment and Climate Change inform this House on how this bill will further protect our environment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Surrey Centre for his important question and his environmental advocacy. Bill S5 will modernize the Canadian Environmental Protection Act for the first time in 20 years and has support from both industry and environmental organizations. CEPA recognizes for the first time that every individual in Canada has a right to a healthy environment. This legal right will lead to stronger environmental protections in tune with evolving science, especially for vulnerable communities exposed to harmful levels of pollution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Madam Speaker, in 2006, the CRTC shamelessly said no to the Canadian Association for Suicide Prevention's request to bring a simple 3-digit suicide hotline to Canada. It's been 427 days since my motion to bring 988 to Canada unanimously passed in this House. Madam Speaker, in that time, 4,600 Canadians have lost their lives to suicide, and over 117,000 Canadians attempted suicide. What are the Liberals' plan if the CRTC heartlessly says no again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our hearts go out to all the families and loved ones of those we have lost to suicide and to those who struggle with suicidal thoughts. It is essential for Canadians to have timely access to suicide prevention, and in addition to working to fully fund a national 3-digit mental health crisis and suicide prevention hotline, we are developing a pan-Canadian suicide prevention service. This initiative will provide access to crisis support whenever Canadians need it, and using the technology of their choice, either voice, text...
Honourable Member for South Okanagan Shuswap. Northup.
Madam Speaker, at Fisheries Committee, officials from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Seafood Inspection Agency could not identify who in government is responsible for ensuring imported seafood is not caught illegally or by using exploited workers. Illegal harvesting and the use of exploited workers is despicable. The government needs to get serious about stopping these activities. Why is the government not able to identify who is responsible for ensuring that fish and seafood imported to Canada is not caught illegally and it's free of exploited labor?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend who I do sit with on the Fishing Committee. And first and foremost, let me just say that in terms of focusing on where our product comes from, how it gets there, how healthy it is, this government believes in a couple of things. It believes in science, it believes in process, it believes in getting things right. Over the past 6 years, we've been doing that, and there is room for improvement. and we recognize that. And that's why we embrace a study on seafood labeling. And that's why we focus on it in the last.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are calling for leadership in moving from pandemic to endemic and managing the country as it learns to live with COVID. But in another example of poor management, public health policy is now set against immigration legislation. As of February 28th, some guest workers came legally to work in our country, will have their working permits expire, and they will not be allowed to leave. This creates the situation for illegal immigration, as individuals may enter Canada unvaccinated and now know that they can stay. Minister, is this intentional?
Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. It's essential when it comes to Canada's immigration system that we have a rules-based process to protect the integrity of the system, to ensure that those who are coming to Canada meet the requirements of admissibility to Canada. It's also essential that we work with the Minister of Health and the Public Health Agency of Canada, put in place protections that will protect our communities and our residents against the spread of COVID-19. I look forward to continuing my work with the Minister of Health and any member of this House who has questions about the integrity of our immigration process and the need to protect Canadians, including through ensuring adequate coverage of vaccination right across the country.
Honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
$1.7 million. That's not the price of a house in Hollywood Hills, California. That's the average home price in the town of Caledon in my riding. It's up 35% in 1 year. Now, the government will say they're spending all kinds of money doing this and doing that. Well, I've got a message from my constituents. It's not working. When will this government realize what they're doing is having no effect? It's an absolute disaster, and actually do something to help Canadians be able to afford a home.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et je remercie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Once again, it's very difficult to take the Conservative Party seriously when last week it voted against one of the measures we presented to give Canadian citizens access to housing. Madam Speaker, we're talking about $72 billion, the biggest investing in housing that has been carried out for a great deal of time. That is the National Housing Strategy, and I would encourage our colleague to support us. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there has been a great deal of bitterness about the lockdown measures this winter, and I'm not talking about the trucks. I'm talking about people who were proud to make sacrifices to protect the most vulnerable, but who ultimately this winter got the sense that they were paying the price for chronic underfunding of the healthcare system. That's what brought the system down during the pandemic almost as much as the virus did. Will the government finally take notice and increase healthcare transfers to cover 35% of costs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an important question. I will answer in English.
Our government has invested incredible amounts of money to ensure that we've been able to get through this COVID-19 pandemic. We've provided $63.7 billion to support Canada's health response, including $14 billion for vaccines and $5.3 billion for PPE and medical health equipment. And in 2020 and 2021, the government of Canada provided $41.9 billion in cash to support the provinces and territories through the Canada Health Transfer.
Honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madam Speaker, that is the elephant in the room. The health system is fragile because the federal government hasn't funded it enough. It holds a great deal of responsibility for this. Today we are responsible for rebuilding the healthcare network so that this never happens again. This is something that the provinces need to do in order to offer citizens the care they deserve and that they pay taxes for. And it's also a sine qua non to ensure that we never have to go through another lockdown to protect the system. Will the government
increase healthcare transfers as Quebec and the provinces are asking? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, an important question. During the campaign, we committed to transfer $25 billion over 5 years to provide better support to healthcare. The provinces and territories have now received more than $47 billion through the Canada Health Transfer. And the territories will be receiving $500 million to help them prepare for various COVID measures.
Madam Speaker, last August, a 17-member Canadian Forces Evacuation Operations Advance Team arrived at Ali Al Salim Air Base near Kuwait City, so they could link up with the US and UK teams already on the ground in Kabul to save Afghans desperate to flee the Taliban. They sat idle for days, awaiting orders to deploy, wasting precious time to evacuate Afghans, with many losing their lives. Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we will not stop until we have got every remaining Canadian out of Afghanistan and continue to engage with all.
Can we listen to the answer, please? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This issue continues to be of the highest priority to the Canadian government. We will continue to work with allies, we'll continue to work with affected people until we have brought all Afghan Canadians home, as well as any those who have helped us as Canadians in our forces, and we will continue to work until we have brought over 40,000 people to Canada.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Law.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'll tell you why, since the government's answers are absolutely useless. This government was more focused and had a higher priority on saving itself and on triggering a selfish and unnecessary election. While our allies were collectively evacuating over 70,000 people, this government told their own Liberal MP to mind his own business when he pleaded with the PMO to help those Afghans. Canada hasn't even met 20% of its target to help fleeing Afghan refugees. This is despicable. This government has damaged Canada's reputation and honour. Will it accept any responsibility?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our Canadian Armed Forces did everything we asked of them under extraordinary difficult circumstances. Canada was part of an air bridge with our allies that saved as many people as we could. Our armed forces worked around the clock to evacuate as many people as possible for as long as conditions permitted, including our former interpreters and local staff and citizens of allied countries. Under the leadership of the Minister of Immigration, we are committed to bringing 40,000 Afghan refugees to Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Madam Speaker, experts, NGOs and veterans have all been critical in their analysis that one of the leading reasons for Canada's failure last summer in saving Afghans' lives was due to a lack of leadership and not having one Liberal minister assigned as the lead department. Testimony this week at the Afghanistan Committee indicates nothing has changed, as many of the ongoing issues cross global affairs, immigration, and public safety. Madam Speaker, my question is simple. Would the lead minister responsible to coordinate the solutions to this ongoing humanitarian aid crisis please stand up?
Yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I'm pleased to clarify that I've been appointed as the lead minister responsible for the resettlement of 40,000 Afghan refugees. I'm further pleased to share that hundreds of Afghan refugees have arrived on 20 different commercial flights in the past few weeks, and we are seeing a regular pace of arrivals. With or without the cooperation of Her Majesty's loyal opposition, we will move forward and we will not waver until we achieve our goal of successfully resettling at least 40,000 Afghan refugees, which represents one of the most substantial commitments of any country in the world.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Throughout the country, businesses are gradually opening their doors, and they want to improve their capacity to guarantee a safe environment for their customers. We know that ventilation is an important tool in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Madam Speaker, can the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance tell this House how Bill C-8, the Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for this excellent question. Bill C-8 would give businesses a 25% refundable tax credit for their measures to improve ventilation systems by increasing outside air supply or improving air quality, purification rather. If you have a small local business which needs help to buy a HEPA filter, this new support will be there for you. This is great support for businesses, and I hope the opposition will support it.
Madam Speaker, Canadian dairy producers are tired of this government ignoring their expertise. In 2018, the former Minister of Agriculture announced the new Dairy Vision Working Group. This group was meant to craft a vision for the future of Canadian dairy, yet industry officials explained to me the Minister has only consulted scientists and has yet to work with farmers. If the opinion of the dairy farmers is key to the successful future of this industry, why is the Minister following the lead of the Prime Minister and not meeting with actual dairy farmers?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Madam Speaker, dairy farmers in my riding must be laughing. I mean, I have hundreds of dairy farmers in my riding, and I am in close contact with them. I am in regular contact with the Canadian Dairy Commission, the Canadian Dairy Association. We work closely together. They are working on their...
Can we listen to the answer the Minister is trying to provide to the question? The Honourable Minister.
It's a very fair point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I follow the dairy file very closely. I have hundreds of dairy farms in my own riding. I am in constant collaboration, discussion with their leaders, and I can assure you that we're working closely together for vision for the industry.
The Honourable Member for Battlefords Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Municipalities in my riding appreciate the essential work that the RCMP does in our communities. While the expected increased policing costs in the recent negotiated agreement is much higher than anticipated, despite their exclusion from this process, they are still on the hook for these costs. And for my constituents, this bill ultimately means fewer essential services or higher taxes. Madam Speaker, will this Liberal government throw them a lifeline and absorb the one-time cost of this back pay?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question, and I can assure her that we are in touch with her community. I also want to say that the arrangements which exist between the RCMP and provinces and municipalities are well established, so there is a framework there to ensure that there is a cost-sharing agreement. And of course, we want to be fair and equitable as much as possible, and those processes will follow. But I do want to take a moment to thank the RCMP for all of the concrete support that they're offering communities right now with these illegal blockades, which is why it's imperative that they go home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. RCMP members are the providers of public safety in rural Canada. They deserve the increase in pay they negotiated with the federal government, but it shouldn't be left to local municipalities to foot the entire bill. Rural communities and municipalities do not have the Liberal government's capacity to borrow or print money, and they are required to balance their budgets. Why is the soft on crime Liberal government sticking municipalities with the entire bill and putting rural public safety at risk?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, to be clear, there are long-standing arrangements which exist between the federal government, provinces, and municipalities. And of course, we remain in very close touch with them to ensure that there is a fair and equitable support when it comes to the RCMP, Madam Speaker. We will always be sure that the RCMP are properly resourced so that they can provide public safety in communities across the country, which is something that we need now more than ever as we've seen these illegal blockades. It's important that those blockades end and go home so that Canadians can get back to their normal lives. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, my constituents in Etobicoke Centre consistently share with me that they expect us to do all we can to fight climate change. Transportation accounts for 1/4 of Canada's total greenhouse gas emissions, and many Canadians are reducing their carbon footprints by making the switch to zero-emission vehicles. So could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources please explain what our government is doing to ensure that Canada's charging and refueling infrastructure is keeping up with and anticipating the growing adoption of zero-emission vehicles?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the MP for Etobicoke Centre for that important question about zero-emission vehicles and the infrastructure across our country. Expanding Canada's infrastructure for zero-emission vehicles is important to making sure that we support Canadians to make that choice for these vehicles. We have invested in expanding the network. You can now drive from St. John's, Newfoundland to Victoria using a zero-emission vehicle. But we're doing more, including a recently opened program in Toronto and the GTA area that will expand the network by up to 300 new chargers to support public.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Last week, reports emerged that this government has been polling to see if they could get away with cutting back the Canada Post services Canadians rely on. Across the country, hundreds of thousands of people, including seniors and people with disabilities, rely on door-to-door delivery. While he says he's a friend to Labour, the Prime Minister continues to undermine union rights and good-paying jobs, and he failed to restore door-to-door mail delivery cut by Stephen Harper, despite a 2015 campaign promise to cut the service, to save the service. Well, this government confirmed today that they won't cut the Canada Post services and the jobs that Canadians rely on.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. From coast to coast, Canadians rely on Canada Post and its employees. Canada Post works to ensure its services are available to every Canadian in a timely manner. And as the member said, we imposed a moratorium on removing home delivery back in 2017. We are going to continue to provide excellent services to all Canadians through Canada Post. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And that is all the time for oral questions. Routine proceedings. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business for tabling of documents.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32, Sub 2, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the annual report on activities from 2019 to 2021 as prepared by the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de...
Statements by ministers.
Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Brackra, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Change of Political Affiliation. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to introduce legislation to address the issue of floor crossing, with great thanks to the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley for seconding this bill. Elections are an essential opportunity for voters to express their democratic preferences, but when parliamentarians cross the floor, they unilaterally negate the will of their electors. This is a betrayal of trust of the first order. For example, in my riding of Vancouver Kingsway, David Emerson ran as a Liberal in the 2006 election, only to cross the floor to sit in the Conservative cabinet within weeks of being elected. Kingsway citizens of all political persuasions were incensed. They know that the only people who have the right to determine which party represents them in the House of Commons are the voters themselves. This legislation would not prevent MPs from leaving their caucus or changing their political affiliation, but it would require members who wish to join another party's caucus either to obtain the consent of their constituents or sit as an independent till the next election. I urge all members to support this important measure to protect the fundamental democratic rights of Canadian voters to choose how they wish to be represented in their House of Commons.
Yes, I would. The honourable member, this motion is, the honourable member Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Bakra, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
Petitions. The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, and I'm proud to rise here today to present a petition signed by over 100 Canadians about the site of the new Ottawa Hospital. The National Capital Commission ran a 6-month consultation, consulted with the hospital to evaluate 12 different sites, and recommended the release of 53 acres of surplus federal office space at Tunney's pasture for this new hospital. The City of Ottawa seemed to accept this, but within 72 hours summarily changed their mind and recommended that the new hospital be built on a site of precious green space that included Queen Juliana Park and the Central Experimental Farm. So these petitioners ask that the Government of Canada restore the National Capital Commission's recommendation of Tunney's pasture as the site for the new hospital. They ask that Queen Juliana Park and the Central Experimental Farm be preserved as green space, and they ask the federal government to support the request for a public inquiry led by the province of Ontario into why this site recommendation was changed so quickly and so summarily.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Saanich-Schofield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise today to present a petition signed by Ottawa residents. Over 8,000 Ottawa residents have also signed a petition on an alternate site called change.org on this very issue. I wanted to detail in the petition, just summarizing it, that in response to the inexplicable decision without consultation to change the location of where the new hospital should be built from the previously recommended site at Tunney's pasture, recommended by the National Capital Commission, to a site that involves cutting down, destroying an area of forest of over 750 mature canopy trees, ironically at a time that the government says it wants to establish more urban parks within Canada. A panel was put together of eminent Ottawa residents, including former Ontario Supreme Court Judge, Madame Monique Métivier, internationally celebrated Canadian medical physicist, Dr. David Rogers, a distinguished Canadian environmental engineer, Dr. Frank Johnson, and award-winning international investigative journalist, Dr. Declan Hill. That panel sought answers from the City of Ottawa and received none, and the panel unanimously called for a public inquiry. The petitioners call on the government to restore the National Capital Commission's original recommendation, to preserve Queen Juliana Park, and respect the memory of the Canadians who died in the liberation of the Netherlands, over 7,600 Canadians in whose honour this park was created originally, and support the panel's request for a public inquiry as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Watch the video.
Yes, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Forgive me for interrupting the business of the day. I was just wondering if you had called for reports from committee, motions from committee. It is my first week as the Deputy House Leader on the opposition side, and I did not hear you say that.
I did call them. I've been following the orders of the day, and we checked the video, and it has been confirmed that I did call them. I'm presuming that the honourable member is referring to presenting reports from committees. Oh, absolutely. I absolutely said that. I remember saying it. And yes, the honourable member for Saanich-Schofield.
Well, in the matter of a committee report which is incidentally overlooked, I wonder if the honourable member might seek unanimous consent to be able to present his report at this time.
I think there's a confusion here on the orders of the day because apparently what the honourable member was asking for is if I had called for motions, which I did too. The video does confirm it, and we're not going to go back on the orders of the day. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I'd like to thank the member for Sandwich Gulf Island for giving me a terrific idea. So I will ask for unanimous consent to move that we return to earlier in routine proceedings so that we can accept a report from a committee.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. So presenting petitions.
Where's the Friday law?
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed. No? Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders.
Government business motion number 7 on proceedings on Bill C-12.
Ms. Cara, for Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Hutchins, moves that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-12, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, be disposed as follows. A.
The bill be ordered for consideration at the second reading stage immediately after the adoption of this order. B. When the House begins debate at the second reading stage of the bill, 2 members of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may each speak at the said stage for not more than 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments, provided that members may be permitted to split their time with another member. C. At the conclusion of the time provided for the debate at the second reading stage, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put without further debate or amendment, provided that, if a recorded division is requested, it shall not be deferred.
B. If the bill is adopted at the second reading stage, it shall be deemed referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. E. During consideration of the bill, the House shall not adjourn except pursuant to a motion moved by a Minister of the Crown. F. No motion to adjourn the debate may be moved except by a Minister of the Crown. And G. Upon completion of proceedings on the said bill, the House shall adjourn to the next sitting day. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak virtually in this House from my constituency of Brampton West, which is situated on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, Obije Chippewa people, and the land that is home to the Métis and the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. Before I begin, Madam Speaker, I'd also like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with my colleague and friend and excellent parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Seniors. It is my pleasure, Madam Speaker, to speak to this House today and to discuss Bill C-12, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, Guaranteed Income Supplement, and why we should move quickly to adopt it. Mr. Speaker, the motion to expedite this matter reflects both the urgent nature of this bill to support the most in need Canadians, the ongoing collaboration and agreement between parties on this, as well as the simplicity of the policy content. Mr. Speaker, since the day I was appointed minister, I began discussing this issue, recognizing that there were low-income working seniors who were having trouble making ends meet. And then the pandemic benefits they received should not have been a penalty against them, especially not in the subsequent year as the system is set up. Nothing about this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, has been normal, and I'd argue that, therefore, neither should this be. They received CERB and CRB in 2020, but they spent it on things that they needed at the time. It helped them to pay for their rent, their groceries or medicine that they needed it at the time. I recognize that we could not go back in time to exempt that income, and that at the time we were 100% focused on moving quickly to set up these benefits and save Canadians' livelihoods. And we did that, Mr. Speaker. This bill does one thing. This bill would exempt pandemic relief benefits from the calculation of guaranteed income supplement or allowance benefits beginning in July 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is a very short bill. I could quickly read it out and still have plenty of time in this speech. In fact, this bill is a product of much collaboration between parliamentarians and parties already. And I want to take an opportunity to give credit to all the colleagues who represented their constituents by raising the stories of seniors affected here in this House and with me directly through my office. Further, I'd like to also thank the stakeholders and affected seniors themselves for raising this very important issue. We all understand that this is an extraordinary situation. Working low-income seniors deserve to be given a break from worrying if the pandemic benefit income they got will impact low-income supplement that they receive. As mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit was put in place very quickly in 2020 to help people avoid catastrophic income loss during COVID. An unprecedented pandemic required an unprecedented response. The CERB and the Canada Recovery Benefit did just that. They allowed Canadians who didn't know what was next not to have to worry or choose between a roof over their head or putting food on the table. I will speak more about the merits of this bill during the second reading debate, which I hope we can get to quickly. But today I'm here to say that we need to adopt this motion to quickly move through the stages of this bill. I understand the importance of Parliament's time to scrutinize bills and debate ideas. However, this is one we've all said we agree on. All parties have said they agree on the bill's content and intent. And we all have limited time before officials would no longer be able to effectively implement this and ensure the best results for affected seniors. Further, we have to consider our colleagues in the other chamber who have also have to consider this matter as well. We ask a lot of them when we send them emergency pieces of legislation, and I believe it is fair to try to give them adequate time as well. However, Mr. Speaker, it is clear from that what has been said in this place of this matter that it is urgent that we remove the worry of seniors have and prevent this possible reduction of the guaranteed income supplement due to pandemic benefits. This has been an extremely challenging time to navigate. Seniors, especially low-income ones, need the security and surety to know that the government won't be counting these pandemic benefits as income when it comes to their GIS calculation. It's simply not a normal time still. Every July, Mr. Speaker, an individual's entitlement for the GIS or the allowance is reassessed based on individual's income or the combined income of a couple as reported on the tax return. However, the CRA and ESDC have a lot of work to do together in the months leading up to each July. We need to give them the time to make major system changes to make this exemption possible. The Income Tax Act technically defines pandemic relief benefits as taxable income, which has meant that they're also considered as income when determining entitlement to the GIS or allowance benefits. And in order to exempt that income and to prevent lower benefit payments to some guaranteed income supplement and allowance recipients because of the income that they received from these pandemic benefits, Parliament has to pass this bill by early March. Every day thereafter causes immense challenges for the system and will have impacts on the seniors' files. We needed to move quickly to rectify the situation. Mr. Speaker, this is an unprecedented aftermath of an unprecedented response to certainly an unprecedented crisis. During my speech at second reading, I will further discuss our government's one-time payment that will help seniors affected by 2020 benefits as announced in the Economic and Fiscal Update. I recognize all members.
Order. If I can interrupt the minister for a moment, I know you had made an issue that you wanted to share your time with the parliamentary secretary. Since it is opening round, you have, of course, a limited time. Plus that you can't actually share that unless I have unanimous consent to allow the parliamentary secretary to take his time as well. So I'm going to make it aware, but you can ask, or maybe the parliamentary secretary can make that ask. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as a custom of the Chamber, we often allow for members to split their time. I would ask if there would be unanimous consent to allow the Minister to share her time.
Well, I'll ask the question. Anybody opposed to the Minister sharing her time with the Parliamentary Secretary, please say nay. Then we don't have consent on that. So what we can try to do is bump the Parliamentary Secretary down in the next sequence for the Liberal Party. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, the fact that I think we all recognize that, and all members have agreed with me that we should do this payment as quickly as possible. And, you know, we are supporting Canadians through an automatic one-time payment to compensate for the full amount of this loss of their GIS as soon as possible through the same one-time payment system we have used in past for seniors. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to continue speaking to the honourable members who want to support and need constituents quickly, as we can all agree that that is an extremely important issue. And I've certainly have had many conversations with the honourable members on all sides on this extremely important point. However, Mr. Speaker, this is not what this bill is about. Bill C-12 will permanently exempt federal pandemic benefits from the calculation of GIS or allowance benefits beginning in July 2022. Preventing this from happening again, it's on a go-forward basis. We're rectifying the previous situation and now through this bill, Mr. Speaker, making sure that it does not repeat itself. I think we can all agree that this bill ensures a consistent approach for low-income seniors throughout this pandemic. We can continue to discuss the one-time payment for seniors, but we truly, Mr. Speaker, have a chance to expedite this bill over to the other chamber to further scrutiny. Again, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, it is a very short, simple, and clear bill, something that I've spoken to all the members and the other parties about. And it's a simple exemption that will help seniors that really, truly need it. I certainly respect the Parliament, and I'm happy to make myself available to speak to parliamentarians on this. And we have to think about Canadians and those affected seniors here. Mr. Speaker, our officials have certainly made immense strides towards making this possible for us to support these tens of thousands of seniors across the country. We should take this opportunity to show Canadians how this minority parliament can work quickly, collaboratively, and positively to achieve real results. And the motion today, Mr. Speaker, truly helps us do just that. I'm hopeful that honourable members will agree that Parliament has many important matters to discuss, but should not belabor a point that we all agree on. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm appearing at the Human Resources, Skills Development, and Persons with Disability Committee on Monday on my mandate letter. And this mandate letter, Mr. Speaker, commits me to and ensure, and I quote, ensure seniors' eligibility for the Guaranteed Income Supplement is not negatively impacted by the receipt of the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and the Canada Recovery Benefit, Mr. Speaker. I will certainly be discussing exactly with the committee members during that meeting, and they can even pose me and my officials questions on this extremely important bill during that appearance, Mr. Speaker. And as Mr. Speaker, I've said, this is something that I've had conversations with members of all different parties, and all have agreed that this is something that we need to move forward on. We know seniors are looking forward for all of us to do the right thing, to really work collaboratively, to really show Canadians how in a minority parliament we can all come together and do the right thing, Mr. Speaker. We are, constantly working hard to find permanent solutions that will bring, ongoing comfort and relief to men and women whose hard work has contributed to Canada. We're so proud and privileged to call home. And I think, Mr. Speaker, seniors deserve nothing less than the best. We acted very fast to resolve this issue, and I truly hope that my honorable colleagues agree that this bill deserves a swift passage. And Mr. Speaker, I'd obviously like to go and talk a little bit about the bill itself. And to start, I'd like to remind the honorable members and colleagues that, GIS is an income-tested benefit payable to low-income seniors who receive the old age security pension. The allowances are income-tested benefits payable to those 60 and 64-olds who are spouses or common law partners of GI recipients, or who are widows and widowers. And every July, Mr. Speaker, an individual's entitlement for these income-tested benefits is reassessed based on individual's income or with combined income of a couple. Therefore, the GIS and allowance benefits can increase, they could decrease, or they can stay the same, or they can actually even be seized according to the changes in person's annual net income. The Income Tax Act, Mr. Speaker, defines pandemic relief benefits as taxable income, which has meant that they also are considered as income in determining entitlement to the GIS or allowance benefits. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that meant that some GIS and allowance recipients may now be facing lower benefits payments because of the income that they received in this pandemic benefits. Mr. Speaker, I saw you raising your hand. I wasn't sure if that was the indication for me to, can you tell me how much time I have?
Well, ultimately, you do have unlimited time, but I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is standing on a point of order, I think.
Speaker, it was just suggested I might provide a little bit of clarification. The request for unanimous consent is just to allow the parliamentary secretary for seniors to speak for no more than 10 minutes. So if there is unanimous consent for that, that'd be great. Otherwise, I can appreciate it.
Well, obviously, she has as much time as she wants, and if she wants to make it 10 minutes, she can, of course, make it 10 minutes. And I don't know how much time has expired there. Kind of looking at the table, how much time has gone on. Oh, the Parl Sec, okay, all right. So the Parliamentary Secretary would have 10 minutes, right, at the end, if they split. Okay, so we're looking for consent to allow the Parliamentary Secretary to speak for 10 minutes, with a question of five minutes after. Anybody opposed to that? Say nay. Nope. That is agreed then. All right, and I'll go back to the Minister to finish off her speech.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I just want to clarify, how much time do I have left?
Yeah, you ultimately have, the Minister has as long as you want to finish up. So you can take 10 minutes, you can take a half hour. That's how it goes. In open rounds. It's her open round, it's her decision. The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will conclude, so I will let my parliamentary secretary also be able to continue this conversation going forward. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, I think we're constantly working hard to find permanent solutions. I think that will bring ongoing comfort and relief to those seniors that have certainly contributed to making Canada what it is today. I think this motion truly showcases that I think we can all come together, all parties, and I think Canadians are looking at all of us to do the right thing. It is a very simple bill, and I'm happy to chat about this more as I will be with my honourable colleagues and in the HUMA committee, certainly on Monday as well. But I think this is really an opportunity for us to come together, and I hope my honourable colleagues will agree that this bill deserves to move swift passage very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There we go. Question and commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for, and I'll do it. Point of order. I have a point of order from the Minister of Economic Development.
That with respect to consideration of government business number 8, at the end of the next sitting day of the House, the Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that debate not be further adjourned. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I give notice that with respect to consideration of government business number 7, at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that debate not be further adjourned. Thank you.
All right, continuing questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our minister suggested today that she's looking at moving quickly and collaboratively. Brilliant notion, but my concern is we've been looking to move quickly and collaboratively since I became a member in September. So my question is, if the idea is to move as quickly and collaboratively as we would like to, and as our stakeholders would have liked to, what has taken so long?
Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. And I think we all agree why the passage of this bill so quickly is so important. We know how difficult this pandemic has been for those most vulnerable seniors. The bill is short, concise, and clear. Bill C does what I said. It exempts pandemic relief benefits for the calculation of GIS or allowance benefit so that seniors that took pandemic benefits last year have the security that their GIS will not be impacted. It is something that the honourable member and I have chatted about, and certainly, Mr. Speaker, this is on top of the work that we're already doing and was announced in the fall on economic statement. I think all parties agree on the merits of the contents of the bill. Let's get it passed. Thanks.
Commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the minister say that we have to move forward quickly with this bill. But even if we succeed in passing it today, there won't be any change for seniors before the summer. It's been since August that we have been calling attention to the situation. I would like the minister to explain to me just one thing, other than the bill we're discussing today, that she tried to consider to solve this problem. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her very important question. And I can tell her that I've had conversations with her parties as well. And I know we all agree and also understand why there is an urgency with this bill. And of course, I share her concerns with moving quickly, of course, on the one-time payments we have announced as well. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, when I got appointed to this role, we moved very quickly and worked extremely hard with our officials and the Minister of Finance to make the major investments and the physical and economic update, and my colleagues from all parties have had received briefings on this, and I assure them we'll work quickly as soon as possible on that front. But this bill will ensure that this doesn't happen again. That's what Bill C-12 is all about, and I really hope that we can put aside our partisanship and really move forward to ensure those more.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the minister for her speech. I will say this, though. It was back in May of 2021 that the NDP sent a letter to this government outlining very clearly that we saw this as a huge risk and that action needed to be taken immediately. So when the minister talks about this government moving quickly, I simply don't buy it. We were very clear. We knew that the poorest people in our country, seniors who receive GIS, we knew parents who are receiving the child tax benefit would potentially lose a significant portion, if not all of that benefit. And we alerted the government to this and asked for rapid action. So this is ridiculous, in my opinion. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the minister is, why is the government choosing not to listen to Campaign 2000, who has called out for an advance payment? Waiting till May is simply too long for people who've been waiting since July.
The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honorable colleague for her question and certainly her advocacy around this issue. Her and I have had a conversation around this as well. Mr. Speaker, from the day that I was appointed the Minister of Seniors, we moved very quickly on this. We worked extremely quickly with our officials and, of course, the Minister of Finance to put in the fall economic statement, a major investments to fully compensate, Mr. Speaker, those seniors that were affected last year. And when it comes to, Mr. Speaker, this bill, and I really think for 1 second, I think we can put aside our partisanship, because this bill will do exactly what all the parties have been telling us to do. All the stakeholders are telling us to do just that. And it will exclude any pandemic benefit incomes for the purposes of calculating their GIS going forward. I think we have a real opportunity to work together to showcase to Canadians how a place can work in collaboration to help those most vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member, and we're going to make sure that those seniors, particularly those most vulnerable seniors, have the supports that they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the House for allowing me to speak with unanimous consent. This is something that is very, very important to low-income seniors across the country, but, Mr. Speaker, also extremely important to me as well. Now, while the Minister of Seniors provided a lot of important context on the urgency of this bill and the merits of passing this motion, I wanted to add a few points of support that honourable members can consider as we move forward. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge that I am joining you from the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people here in beautiful Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, Nova Scotia. I'm here to discuss Motion 7, which would expedite Bill C-12, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act. In short, this bill would exempt pandemic relief benefits from the calculation of guaranteed income supplement or allowance benefits beginning in July 2022. Now, I'd like to explain why we're proposing this amendment, and I hope that honourable members will see the urgency and the merits of rapid adoption. As honourable members know, we put in place the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, CERB, and the Canada Recovery Benefit, CRB, to help people at the height of the pandemic. And the financial sector has confirmed that these benefits have helped families avoid catastrophic income loss. However, we also know that these benefits were counted as income and had an impact on some of our most low-income seniors. This is happening because eligibility for the GIS and for the allowances is based on how much net income an individual earned the previous year. Since the CERB and the CRB are taxable, they can and do impact GIS eligibility. Now, unfortunately, that meant that some GIS and allowance recipients may now be facing lower benefit payments because of the income that they receive from these pandemic benefits. So we recognize that some seniors were facing significant challenges as a result of this, and we needed to move quickly to rectify the situation. In the 2021 Economic and Fiscal Update, our government committed $742 million for one-time payments to support seniors who are experiencing hardship because of this. And I want to give a tip of the hat to the minister for this, because I know how hard and how determined she was to get that in the Economic and Fiscal Update. GIS and allowance recipients who receive CERB or the Canada Recovery Benefit in 2020 will get help. We're going to compensate seniors for their loss of GIS or allowance benefits, and we're going to make it simple. Seniors would not need to take any action to receive the one-time payment. They'll receive it automatically in the same way that they receive their GIS or allowance benefits. So this automatic one-time payment, Mr. Speaker, will support those who saw a loss of GIS or allowance by compensating them for the full annualized loss amount. But we didn't just want to provide a quick fix. Instead, we wanted to ensure that seniors won't be facing a loss or reduction in benefits again. And that's why we introduced this bill, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-12 will exempt federal pandemic benefits from the calculation of GIS or allowance benefits beginning in July. This bill speaks directly to the needs of seniors that have been raised by members on every side of this House. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we're proposing this crucial change to the Old Age Security Act to ensure that this problem never happens again. To do so, we have a very short window of opportunity at a very, very busy time of the year, and we must have royal assent on Bill C-12 by March 4th to guarantee that this takes effect as of July 1st. Going forward, GIS and allowance recipients who receive pandemic benefits won't experience any loss or reduction in their future benefits. This is something that all members should resonate with. And we've heard from so many members that it has, that they care about the seniors in their communities. This will automatically prevent this from happening again to constituents. Mr. Speaker, these proposed measures are just a few of the many activities that we have undertaken, both before COVID struck and in the 2 years since. Indeed, the well-being of seniors has been a priority for our government since 2015. In 2016, we increased the GIS for nearly 900,000 low-income seniors. And as a result of this and other government initiatives, an estimated 45,000 seniors were lifted out of poverty between 2015 and 2019. We also put thousands of dollars back in the pockets of future seniors by restoring the age of eligibility from 67 back to 65 for GIS benefits and the old age security pension. Then when the pandemic hit, we stepped up to protect the most vulnerable among us, including our seniors. To help seniors cover increased costs by COVID-19, we provided a one-time tax-free payment of $300 for those eligible for the OAS pension and an additional $200 for those OAS pensioners who were eligible for the GIS. We also provided a special top-up payment through the GST credit in April of 2020. More than 4 million low and modest income seniors benefited from this top-up, which gave an average of $375 for single seniors and $510 for couples. Our government of Canada will also increase the OAS pension by 10% for older seniors aged 75 and over. As a first step, we provided a one-time payment of $500 to the OAS pensioners who will be aged 75 or over as of June 30th, 2022, to help meet their immediate financial needs. In July of 2022, the OAS pension will be permanently increased by 10% for seniors aged 75 and over. That increase will provide an extra $766 to full pensioners in the first year and improve the financial security of seniors later in life. Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the supports that our government has provided to improve the lives and financial situation of Canadian seniors. We continue to search for ways to improve our supports and services for seniors, and we will listen to all members who have suggestions. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, we focused our support on people. We put in place the CERB and the Canada Recovery Benefit to help people at the height of the pandemic. We helped millions of Canadians pay the bills and put food on the table with this support. And however, we also know that it is now having an impact on some of our most vulnerable, and we are taking action today to deal with that. This bill is focused on dealing with this issue on a go-forward basis. We need all members' support to make that happen quickly. With Bill C-12, we will make an important legislative change that will provide seniors peace of mind and certainty in knowing that they will not face any undue financial hardships if they continue to access pandemic benefits in the future. We hope they won't have to, but we committed to being there for Canadians for as long as it takes. The pandemic has highlighted the many challenges facing our most vulnerable seniors. We've done a lot, but here's an area where we still have more to do. The Minister and I will continue to be available throughout this process to talk about this bill, and we've spoken to many members in the House already about this. But I know that all members here have expressed that they want to solve this issue in the way that this bill exactly does. All parties have suggested that. Therefore, we should put politics aside and put people first in this case. Canadians expect that much of us when it comes to low-income working seniors who need this worry taken away. Let's support these most vulnerable seniors by quickly passing this bill through this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and I want to thank the House again for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, this government motion will push through C-12 with minimal debate, zero committee study, and no opportunity to improve it or strengthen it. Mr. Speaker, perhaps can the member acknowledge that this is deviating from standard practice that is enriched in this place?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for the question and for her advocacy on this very important topic. But I will say that, we've been asked by all members in this House to move quickly. This bill does what we've been asked to do and what is needed to do to help these most vulnerable seniors. Moving quickly is very important. It's been said that's been said in the House many, many times. Mr. Speaker, I urge this member and her colleagues on the other side to support this. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After several communications sent by the Bloc Québécois before and during the election campaign, we ultimately had to wait until December of last year until the government finally realized that this was not working. So I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary, who I've often heard use the word quickly, I'd like him to define what quickly means for the federal government.
Secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I want to thank the Bloc for being supportive of Bill C-12. There have been lots of conversations with the critic. There have been lots of conversations with individual members, and I will tell you that I know that the Bloc supports this. If the Bloc will be willing to support C-12 through this motion today, we will move this more quickly along. The last thing we need to have happen is have this go past the March 4th deadline and delay this any further. This is a simple fix. This bill isn't pages long. It's 5 lines, and it speaks to what is needed, and it speaks to what has been asked for.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. As he's just mentioned that this is a simple fix. This, of course, could have been done before the last election. That was something that the NDP had brought to the government's attention as a critical issue for seniors. Of course, the government didn't do that. The election happened, and then even after the election, it's not until now that this bill is being brought forward. With that being said, even if the measures go through per this bill in an expedited fashion, seniors will still not get the resources that they need to survive. Because right in my riding of Vancouver East now, that we have seniors who are getting evicted. They cannot wait some more months in order to get the help that they need. So will the government do what Campaign 2000 asked for, and that is to make advance payments to the seniors before the bill is passed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. The urgency in her voice is exactly why we need to move quickly to get this passed pronto. Mr. Speaker, you know, it's one thing. We think about back on Tuesday when we had the Conservative Opposition Day motion. I think it was Tuesday, when everyone in the House knew that it was the right thing to do. And we all voted together in support. Let's not let perfect be the enemy of better. Let's pass this bill quickly so that this does not happen to our lowest income, vulnerable seniors in the future. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister as well. This has been a source of such grief. I don't think there's a member in this place who hasn't heard from distraught seniors about the unintended consequences of their decision to accept to serve and then to be punished in the way they've been punished. I regret that it took legislation to fix this. It was a mistake. But I do want to make a point that I have tried to make through the morning about how quickly this is going through. And I want to share perhaps with newer members who are not as used to seeing how often members of Parliament pass billions of dollars of spending without a chance to look at it at all. My first time here, Mr. Speaker, well, actually it was in Centre Block, and it was a speech from the throne under the Harper government. And I'd walked down to the Senate chambers to listen to the speech. I was waiting for a hip replacement in those days. I walked back slowly. By the time I got back to the House, it turned out, by unanimous consent, this entire place had deemed that over $5 billion of spending had been studied by committee, deemed that it had been reviewed, and deemed, and then unanimous consent, we all said we should spend the money. It's not uncommon, and I think this will get study at committee. So I just want to ask if this is uncommon in the Parliamentary Secretary's experience.
I will allow the Parliamentary Secretary about 30 seconds to finish that up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I didn't think I was going to have any time to respond to my friend from the Green Party from Sandwich Gulf Islands. I thank you very much for the question. I thank you for everything you do in this House. And I know that you are a person that does not put politics before the things that are important to the Canadians in this country, to Canadian seniors in this country. So I will hope that you will support this moving forward on this simple 5-line bill. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. I see you rising.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, I was hoping to raise today and be able to speak positively to the first piece of legislation under my portfolio. I wanted to share with this House how helpful the new Minister of Seniors has been. I wanted to point out over the past week an example of this legislation putting aside partisan differences and the ability to deliver results for our Canadian seniors. Instead, what we have is the Government House Leader's Office using Canadian seniors to play petty procedural games. The situation is urgent today. It was urgent a month ago. It was urgent a year ago. Many Canadian seniors are feeling neglected and desperate. After raising hopes of low-income seniors, they are exhausted, fed up, and tired of hearing that this government has their back. A payout timeline for May of 2022 would leave impacted seniors waiting over 10 months. The situation didn't happen overnight. It has been a long time coming, and it wasn't acted upon until this government was continuously pressed on this by my colleagues of all stripes in this House. Our Prime Minister identified it was an unintended conflict between the CRB and the GIS programs. If the magnitude of the impact of this GIS clawback were truly understood or fully appreciated by this federal government, distribution of the clawback repayment would have and should have already happened. Madam Speaker, the outrage that I have heard from constituents and stakeholders in Hastings, Lennox and Addington and seniors across our great country are alarming. We need to get the money into the pockets of our seniors immediately. Let me tell you a story. A fine gentleman, 71 years old from my riding, working hard, extra shifts to cover increased rent. He's too proud to acknowledge to his own family how much he is struggling. He opened up to me. He shared stories with me from the good old days, story of his late wife, and the family reunions and trips they used to go on. Today, sadly, he lives very modestly. He volunteers at the food bank 2 days a week, in part because he loves the social aspect of it, but more importantly, because those are 2 days that he can have a warm meal. Another gentleman, whom I've known most of his life, now evicted and living in his car. This is just a few examples of hundreds of real stories of human lives being affected. Our vulnerable seniors are feeling sad and forgotten. Madam Speaker, everyone has a story. Everyone makes choices on how they navigate through life. However, we can all agree this country is in chaos. Many of our Canadian seniors have stepped up, done what they needed to do, and now it is time for our Prime Minister and the Government of Canada to do the same. Growing older, becoming more seasoned, entering into a different phase of your life can be beautiful. Aging gracefully and staying engaged mentally, spiritually, and physically in your retirement years is a special chapter of your life to embrace. Sadly, this is not the case for all. Many of our vulnerable seniors are done. They are tired of living. Heating their homes are more expensive. In fact, just yesterday I spoke with a constituent who has ice on her window ledge in the room where she sleeps and bundles up with extra blankets. On top of many experiencing loss, loneliness, highlighted by this pandemic, regret, lack of proper care, lack of hygiene, dementia, financial and physical abuse, fear of technology. Madam Speaker, the list goes on. Now they are being put on the sidelines until May. So between now and May, they need to live each day in the hope that they can persevere until the next. Currently, COVID-19 related benefits are not listed exemptions under the Act for the purpose of benefit calculations. The proposal is to amend the definition of income in the OAS by deducting the amount received from the 3 COVID-19 benefit acts. Madam Speaker, don't get me wrong, I am delighted that this government is wishing to move forward on this. The goal of the legislation is not to have a repeat of the 2021 GIS clawback. This is great news. My concern is, why the delay? And more specifically, why would we be now not allowing this House to properly and respectfully review the options that have been presented, respect the process of healthy debate, and swiftly move forward in the best interest of all seniors being impacted? I can appreciate that time is sensitive and action is required, but not at the expense of ensuring that this bill is presented in its best, most thorough possible form. Yesterday, in response to the Thursday question posed by my very capable colleague from Barrie Innisfil, the government House Leader indicated that the reason for ramming through Bill C-12 was to move as expeditiously as possible. I nearly fell out of my seat when I heard the member say that. And this is why. Madam Speaker, when ministers are called before committees, they have a document prepared for them that briefs them on topics that may be raised, including answers to potential questions. These binders are available for anyone online to read. In May of 2020, the then Minister of Seniors appeared before the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. As a standard practice, the then minister was prepared a binder by department officials. In that binder, under Section 7.2, under the heading of Questions and Answers, COVID-19 Economic Response Plan, Support for Canadians and Businesses, Interaction with CRB and GIS, the following question appears. Will income from the Canada Emergency Response Benefit be used in the calculation of guaranteed income supplement benefits? The answer is as follows. Quote, it is considered to be taxable income and must be considered when determining entitlement to the guaranteed income supplement, GIS, and the allowances. This being said, this will not affect the guaranteed income supplement and the allowances for about a year. Income received from the Canada Emergency Response Benefit in 2020 will only affect GIS and allowance benefits amounts beginning in July of 2021, as those benefits will be based on 2020 income. Madam Speaker, this is a direct verbatim quote from this government's own briefing binders proving that they were aware of this issue for at least 21 months and chose not to act. We keep hearing that this legislation is urgently needed. On this side of the House, we have been constantly asking the government since I've been here, and for months and months before that. Red flags were raised to this government, and they didn't do anything. In fact, not only did they do nothing to address the issue, they actively chose to dither. Their own briefing binders pointed out that this was going to be an issue a year down the road. So this government's decision, knowing full well what it would mean, did nothing. After tens of thousands of seniors began reaching out to their members of parliament, including, I would suspect, every single member on your side as well, yet their decision was to do nothing. To be clear, Madam Speaker, I do not pin necessarily all of this on the minister. The minister herself, I can appreciate it takes time to settle into a new role, to get accustomed to the file, especially one that stretches laterally across so many different policy areas, such as seniors. While I am so happy to see movement on this file, I must reiterate that government inaction is the reason that we are even considering this motion before us. This should have been addressed months ago. Hopefully, moving forward, this government will realize that there are real costs to inaction, costs that are being borne by our most vulnerable seniors during the most deadliest pandemic in our century. It didn't have to be this way. Canadian seniors did not need to be placed by this government in a position to choose between food, medication, or shelter. But this is where we find ourselves, and I pray that it will never happen again. The government's motion would ram through Bill C-12 with minimal debate, zero committee study, no ministerial accountability, and a total denial of an opportunity for amendments to be proposed to improve and strengthen those very important measures. While this may be fairly obvious to the colleagues in this House, we must be absolutely positive that any deviation from standard practices need to be considered greatly and not done without heavy thought. While I'm particularly concerned about here is the divergence from long-standing, well-established practices. In their defense, I will turn to the wisdom of those that came before us, those who have examined and established the rules of today. On September 24th, 1968, the House of Commons ordered a special committee of this place struck. Its objective was to report upon the advisability of making changes in the orders concerning the business of supply, the business of ways and means, the stages of the legislative process, and the operation of the standing committees of this House. Over 26 meetings, the Special Committee on Procedure produced its report. Part 4 of this report recommended changes to the legislative process and is the genesis for so much of what we have today, including what our predecessors envisioned of the role of each stage of the debate process. The authors had this to say, quote, "In considering the reform of the legislative process, your committee has taken into account the need to eliminate obsolete procedures, the desirability of proving more meaningful opportunities for members, and particularly backbenchers, to participate in the consideration and shaping of a bill, the desirability of identifying the crucial stages in the bill's passage, which, in your committee's opinion, should occur later rather than earlier in the legislative process, and the necessity of ensuring that the legislative program of a session, following reasonable consideration by Parliament, should always be completed in this age of heavy governmental responsibilities. In the hope of achieving these aims of the committee's recommendations, which are contained in its 4th report, are based on the following principle. D. The motion for the second reading would read, quote, that this bill be now read a second time and referred to a committee, end quote. This motion, if passed, would imply that the House had given preliminary consideration to the bill and that, without any commitment as to the final passage of the bill, had authorized its reference to a committee for detailed scrutiny. Your committee believes that the significance of the second reading stage has been exaggerated in the past and that the decisive stage should occur later in the bill's passage after it has emerged from the committee. The purpose of the second reading stage is to define the scope of the bill, and to extend its significance any further is, in our opinion, to distort the meaning of the legislative process. Madam Speaker, I do not believe the authors could have been any more clear. It is extremely evident that they placed a great importance on the committee stage and subsequently on the third reading over second. Madam Speaker, the report continues. The motion for third reading would read that this bill be now read a third time and passed. This wording would indicate clearly and unambiguously that the final and most crucial decision relating to the passage of a bill would be taken at the third reading. At present, the third reading is seldom debated and has become almost a formal stage. Your committee does not envisage that a debate should necessarily take place at the third reading, but it attaches great importance to the preservation on the opportunity for debate at this stage. We wish to emphasize that the third reading should be the decisive stage, and that in the case of a highly controversial bill, it could be a most crucial debating stage. The report of the Special Committee on Procedure also had quite a bit to say regarding the importance of committee, another key stage of the legislative process that this motion would do away with. Quote, "It will be apparent from the recommendations already made in relation to supply and the legislative process that your committee envisage a significant extension of the functions of the Standing Committee and, in consequence, a substantial strengthening of their importance and influence. They would become the forums in which the details of expenditure and legislation would be closely considered. They would investigate in the operations and continuing programs of government departments and would develop areas of subject specialization. We would expect debate in the Standing Committee to be well-informed and pertinent, their members to become influential in the areas of their specialized experience, and their reports to the House to assume a critical significance relating more closely to the national interest as a whole than to simple political differences. We also anticipate that the business of the House would be greatly expedited and handled more efficiently through exploiting the potential of the committee system of the House to the full. The importance of these stages of the legislative process cannot and must not be understated. What we have in front of us is admittedly a very important piece of legislation, a piece of legislation that should have come long ago. Many of Canadian seniors are waiting. Many are desperate, and our federal government has a significant role to play. Madam Speaker, I have mentioned before while standing in the House that the role of an effective opposition is not just to oppose and critique. Our responsibility is to build solutions. We need to ensure that all low-income seniors who saw their GIS clawed back in 2021 are included in appropriate, timely, yet thorough legislation. This portfolio needn't be partisan. I welcome the opportunity to continue to work with the Minister to ensure that together we are working in the best interest of all Canadian seniors. This brings forward the very obvious question. How do we balance the importance of this legislative scrutiny with the need to get this legislation passed in a timely manner? I think I may have the solution. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by Tom Kmiec. From Calgary Shepherd, seconded by the member from Calgary Shepherd, that the motion be amended. A, in paragraph A, by replacing the words immediately after the adoption of this House with the words at the next sitting of the House. B, by deleting paragraph B. C, in paragraph C, by replacing the words the debate with the words government orders on the day the bill is considered. D, in paragraph D, by deleting all the words after the words if the bill is, and substituting the following: read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills, and Social Development and the status of persons with disabilities. Consideration in committee shall take place the following day, provided that the Minister of Seniors be ordered to appear as a witness before the committee during its consideration of the bill, and that if the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 11 p.m. that day, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put forthwith and successfully, without further debate, every questions necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, and the committee be structured to report to the bill of the House by depositing it with the clerk of the House no later than 3 hours before the next sitting of the House. E, in paragraph E, by deleting all the words and substituting the following: no notice of motions and amendments shall be allowed at report stage. F, in paragraph F, by deleting all the words and substituting the following: the report stage and third reading stage of the bill may be considered during the same sitting and be ordered for consideration at the next sitting following the presentation of the report. And G, in paragraph G, by deleting all the words and substituting the following: when the order is read for consideration of the bill at report stage, the motion to concur in the bill at report stage be deemed carried on division, and the House then proceed immediately to consideration of the bill at the third reading stage, provided that at the conclusion of the time provided for government orders that day, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the bill be deemed read a third time and passed on division. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Ms. Cramp-Newman, seconded by Mr. Kamich, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended, A, in paragraph A, by replacing the words immediately after the adoption of this order with the words at the next sitting of the House, B, by deleting paragraph B, C, in paragraph C, by replacing the words the debate with the words government orders on the day the bill is considered. D, in paragraph D, by deleting. Shall I dispense? Thank you. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciated many of the comments the member had put on the record this afternoon, and I, for one, very much would love to see reforms of our standing orders. I think there are a number of things that we could actually be doing, and it's not to give a strategic advantage to an opposition party or to a governing party. I just think we need to modernize our rules. And many of the issues that she has raised today, and I think other members have raised previously, would be well served by having a revisit of our standing orders. And I hope to maybe sometime over the next number of months that we'll be able to be engaged in doing that. But my question specifically is in regards to the legislation itself. She seems to see the value of it. She understands the shortness of the legislation. And I would ask her if she could wave a wand, when would she like to see the legislation actually enacted?
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can certainly acknowledge that I agree this is a bill of urgent nature. And yes, with regards to the minister, she suggested that there is simplicity in its nature. And she also suggested that every day we wait to pass this, we're impacting seniors. But what I must acknowledge that we've been waiting. Canadian seniors have been waiting. And I don't think, with respect to due process, should we respect the democracy of this place and the voice of all here, that we can still proceed in a timely manner.
Comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. You know, one of the questions that I have, and I too agree with some of this speech, especially around the reality that it was known a very long time ago that pandemic benefits were going to have significant impacts, not only on seniors in the GIS, but of course families and the child tax benefit. Especially sad when we look at these two benefits and how they directly link to keeping Canadians out of poverty, and having those clawed back, especially during a pandemic, just seems very careless. I'm wondering if the member would respond to the Campaign 2000 campaign that is asking for an advance payment to be directed to the seniors of this country who had their GIS clawed back, sort of as an interim measure as they assess and get to the next step of the final payment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for the question. We can certainly acknowledge that we want to move as quickly and collaboratively as we can. We want to be able to help Canadian seniors as quickly as we can. And with regards to the advance payment, it should have already happened, so the sooner the better, because it's been too little, too late.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay, James Nunavut to you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for her great speech. I would like to say that seniors are the first who were hard hit by the pandemic, and they were isolated, anxious, and they lost out. I think that there are people who had retired, who came back to work, and then they were penalized when it came to the GIS. There are also two different classes of seniors. Those under 75 are not in the same situation. You're in a precarious situation from 65 and up. What does the member think of what we could do with regard to the bill and the fact that there are two classes of seniors caused by the current government?
Honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to answer this question. It seems it doesn't matter where you go. At 55, you're a senior at Shoppers Drug Mart. 65, you're a senior somewhere else. 70, you're a senior somewhere else. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Speaker, what we need to address here is that this bill, in principle, we respect the intention of it. We just want to make sure that it's heard and equally debated and listened to. And the thorough passage of this, the thorough understanding and debate is critical to move forward.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson.
I'm sorry,
Caribou.
Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, my computer was momentarily frozen here. The wonders of technology. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks. I would agree with her as well, Madam Speaker. It certainly strains credulity when one considers that this was known for so long that it was an issue. And moreover, we had a prime minister who called nothing but a vanity election and then waited for months to reconvene Parliament. So I echo her sentiments and understand her sentiments as to questioning why the need to ram this through. Now, she spoke about the necessity of debate in the democratic system. What sorts of things, I'm wondering, may she wish to hear about, or what types of witnesses may she wish to hear about, and what topics may be undertaken of a study at committee? Thank you.
Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question from my honourable member. And let us not be mistaken. We are all delighted that the government is finally moving on this, and we want to work together collaboratively to make this happen. But with regards to listening to real Canadian stories, hardships, loss, Canadian seniors have been struggling. Low-income seniors, I think, are worthy of some healthy debate by the people they've elected to be here. So there's a tremendous amount of studies, but this is not something that we would belabor. We need to act on it quickly. It doesn't need to be long and drawn out. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings Head.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks. I listened with intent during her speech. A couple things that I would like to comment on before I get to my question through you, of course, Madam Speaker, is this government has been there for seniors throughout since they came in 2015, whether it was increases under the Guaranteed Income Supplement, whether it was the emergency payments during the pandemic. We've brought 250,000 seniors out of poverty, and we're also proposing to increase the Guaranteed Income Supplement by $500 above and beyond what this legislative measure represents. Constituents in my riding remember that when the Harper Conservatives were actually the party that increased the OAS eligibility up to 67. I know the member opposite wasn't part of that at the time. So I am proud of the government's record. I am concerned that she, in one breath, says that we have to get support out to seniors, but yet procedurally is saying, no, it's absolutely important, notwithstanding the fact that we could have agreement in this House to move forward with this measure, that she doesn't want to move in that fashion. But my question to her is this, through you, Madam Speaker, on solutions. The Conservative Party is often calling for pulling back of finances. I'm fine by that if that's their principles, but at the same time, she is saying we need to do more for seniors. What would her solutions be? Is it to put more money back into seniors' pockets by government spending more? Is it spending less? And then what impact would that have on seniors? Can she speak to that?
Give the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington the time to answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all due respect, 6 years ago, I still had a BlackBerry. I certainly wasn't part of the Harper government, and I certainly won't speak to that. Today, the focus of the debate is our seniors, and our official opposition, the Conservative Party of Canada, is suggesting constructive, thorough, and timely action. We're not disagreeing with the government. This should have been acknowledged months ago, and I'm happy to be part of the solution.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Néja-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House today because it gives me the opportunity to speak to an issue that is very dear to me personally, which is the living conditions of our seniors. More specifically, Bill C-12. This bill is currently being studied. It seeks to amend the Old Age Security Act to exclude from the calculation of the Guaranteed Income Supplement the benefits paid under various support measures related to the pandemic. It should be noted that the bill as presented would only begin to take effect by July 2022. First of all, Madam Speaker, it will not surprise you that I announce that the Bloc Québécois and of my and all of my colleagues in the party will support the bill tabled by the Minister of Seniors, since it is a first step, albeit a timid one, to restore the tragic injustice faced by thousands of seniors who find themselves penalized after having benefited from measures that were supposed to help them. It's scandalous that our seniors, after having worked all their lives, see their quality of life diminished, their purchasing power weakened, and their dignity compromised because of the administrative ineptitudes of a nonchalant government. In the Bloc Québécois, we have the fundamental and unshakable conviction that it is a matter, if not of recognition, at least of decency, to offer each of our seniors the possibility of living in dignity, free from precariousness. As a resident of the Lower St. Lawrence and as a Quebecer, I know that the progressive, prosperous, and proud society in which I was fortunate enough to grow up, and to which I now devote myself, was built from scratch by those who came before me. Workers, members of the Quiet Revolution, our grandparents, our parents, devoted their lives to building the modern and innovative Quebec of today. On a more personal note, I would like to point out that I have the good fortune and privilege of representing the citizens of Rimouski, Neige-Témiscouata, Basques. In my region, 26.8 of citizens are now 65 or older. In Quebec, the average is around 19.7%. By 2040, it is expected that more than 1/3 of my constituents will be 65 or older. It goes without saying that the measures that have an impact on the living conditions of seniors are felt especially in my part of the country, and the current problem is no exception. I receive many calls and messages at my office in Rimouski and Témiscouata-sur-le-Lac from seniors who are dismayed by the cuts to their guaranteed income supplement benefits since July 2021. While these benefits allow them to meet their basic needs, the precariousness that they face cannot be underestimated. They do not understand why the government is showing so little leadership to restore the situation. Take, for example, the case of Ms. Gagnon from Trois Pistoles. She was receiving combined pension income of $1,409 a month and received CERB in the year of 2020 after losing her job. In October 2021, suddenly, her monthly income went from $1,409 to $719 due to a complete cut in her guaranteed income supplement. Imagine a cut of $690 overnight. It was impossible for her to maintain her lifestyle. Her benefits barely covered her rent. To put food on the table, she had to knock on the door of a food bank. She had to use her credit card to get gas. And, Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Mirabel. All this because Madame Gagnon is being taxed at a federal rate of 50%, which is almost twice the marginal rate charged to the wealthiest Canadian taxpayers. My honourable colleague from Mirabel is an economist, so when we talk about marginal rate, I thought of him, and it was a reminder for me to share my time. Now, even though from the beginning CERB was a taxable income, no one in the federal government told recipients of the guaranteed income supplement that the amount of CERB that they would receive would deplete their benefits to this extent. It makes no sense that the poorest seniors in our society should face such an injustice. Furthermore, the remedy proposed in Bill C-12 will not take effect until July 2022. This means that these GIS benefits, or rather recipients, will have to deal with brutally reduced monthly allowance for 12 months, 12 long, difficult months. Why didn't they act sooner? The Bloc Québécois sent a letter to the Minister of Seniors and the Minister of Finance before the last election was called in August to point out this problem and ask them to act before it was too late. No results. This government held a superfluous election in the midst of a pandemic, and it's taking more than a year to correct a situation that has such serious effects. The Bloc Québécois called for measures in the bill to take effect as early as March 2022, rather than only in July. We were told that it was impossible for computer reasons. This is both absurd and appalling. How can a computer system be so rigid that it chooses to force seniors into precariousness rather than change some parameters? To conclude, in addition to being far too late, Bill C-12 lacks one key element to really respond to the problems that pandemic measures have created for GIS recipients. The one-time payment of $742 million that was promised in last December's economic statement is glaringly absent. This was intended to compensate GIS recipients who received CERB or other benefits in 2020 and ease the economic hardship they face. This government promised $742 million much-needed dollars to vulnerable seniors. Now, it's choosing to drop the ball when it comes time to deliver. How much longer will seniors have to wait before they receive the money that they were promised and that they are owed? Do I need to remind my colleagues that Quebec and Canada are facing an inflationary surge that is unprecedented for the last 35 years, and that those most affected will again be the poorest? Rather than debating a bill aimed strictly at putting an end to the undue cuts to our seniors' allowances, we should instead join forces and increase benefits. This is a long-standing proposal from the Bloc Québécois to increase old age security by $110 a month for all seniors aged 65 and over. Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, I'll be supporting Bill C-12. But with all of these blind spots and missed opportunities, I can only say that the Liberals missed an opportunity to do so much better. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for King's Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my member opposite for his discourse here today. Madam Speaker, I think we can all agree in this House that supporting seniors is an important initiative, and that's why this government has been working on a lot of different elements. Through you to the member opposite, I don't know what his profession might have been before he came into this House, but the problem I have is this member, it's easy to get up and say we want to increase old age security by $110. In fact, the Bloc Québécois brought a motion in the 43rd Parliament to do just that. Unfortunately, what he doesn't explain is the actual cost of delivering that program, which would have been approximately $8 billion a year, year over year. This is the same member that also talks about increasing health transfers by $28 billion. How does the member square how within the fiscal framework this is possible? And can perhaps the member bring forward some ideas about how we're going to raise $35 billion worth of initiatives to add to the fiscal framework of the Government of Canada?
Honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Masques.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for King's Hands for his question. Listen, what's surprising is that during the last Parliament, the government was stubborn. They didn't want to increase seniors' income. During the election campaign, they saw the light and said, well, finally, we have an opportunity, or the will, to increase GIS for seniors 65 and older. What I would say to my colleague is that part of the income would be that would be granted to the GIS would go back into the economy because seniors would have increased purchasing power. Seniors could spend more, and that's money that is reclaimed through taxes.
Honorable député de Calgary-Shepparton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that the member mentioned a few times, and I agree, that this legislation is fixing a mistake that the government should have known was going to happen from the very beginning. The Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois mentioned it. And during the election campaign, the Liberals did change their minds. Now, in my colleague's opinion, is it a good idea to try, like the government House leader tried to do, which is rush this legislation through the House? Or maybe should we take a bit more time at committee to debate and call forth witnesses who might be able to offer more ideas and inform us as to ways to fix this law to make sure that seniors get the benefits that they are owed? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Calgary-Shepherd for his question. I'm sure that he will agree that the Bloc Québécois are not fans of closure. But why did the government take a month before reconvening Parliament after the last useless elections, and then take even more time to send letters to its ministers, and then wait 2 months after the House resumed to table this bill, which doesn't fix the situation? I completely agree. The Bloc Québécois agrees that we need to take the time to do things right and to study things in depth at committee.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et je vous...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech.
Pardon. C'était très intéressant. Je voudrais...
It was very interesting. I would like to ask him why he thinks that the Liberals believe it was okay to make people wait to fix their own mistake, to make older persons wait, the poorest of them and the most vulnerable of them, the most poor and vulnerable members of our community. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Edmonton Strathcona for the question. I thought about that question for a long time. The only answer I found was that it was a lack of will for the most vulnerable, for people who are the most affected from the very beginning by the pandemic and its effects. What is fantastic is that we're told that it's an administrative error and it can't be corrected quickly because of technological constraints, because of IT. But for 2 years in a row, we can send checks to the same seniors. One day after the election, they were able to get a check out, but solve the problem? No. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mirabel.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we can judge a society based on the way that it treats those who built it. And this summer, we're going to see how this goes. There are seniors who were deprived for an entire year of a significant portion of their income, and they were already low income. The Liberal government would therefore have to be judged very severely. Under the current circumstances, people need to receive GIS, need to be retired, but they also have to have worked. That means that the people that we're depriving of income are vulnerable older people who may have lost a spouse, who were unlucky in their careers, people who keep working after 65, 67, 69 years old. And their payment was amputated from their check, and that is unacceptable. The member for Berthier-Masquinongé, Manicouagan, from La Prairie, from Jonquière, Terrebonne, Joliette, Montcalm. These are all members of the Bloc Québécois caucus who have experience in teaching. And the Liberal government doesn't understand. Knowing that you are neutral, Madam Speaker, you know that repetition is a teaching tool. So the wording has to change. The date in the motion needs to be backdated to March so that seniors have their payments immediately in March. Progress has been made, but payments need to be sent out as quickly as possible. But that's not what we have before us. We're being told, oh, we can't do this right away. There's some obstacles. Listen, the Bloc Québécois sent 2 letters to the minister. We asked a large number of questions in the House. Our critic for finance met the minister April 19th, 2020. Not 2021, 2020. And still nothing's been done. I get the impression that trying to work with the government is a bit like a waltz. The music starts and we take a few steps, and then after 3 or 4 steps, we realize we've just gone in a circle. And here we are today, again, trying to make sure that payments happen in March. But that's the problem. I know that the Liberals are going to tell us, listen, we want to move this forward quickly. We have to do this fast. Look how urgent this is. The date in their motion's for the summer. Could somebody please explain to me why the Liberals are in such a hurry to not be in a hurry? It has to go quick to not go quickly. We have to pass this right now, but they're not going to change the date. I've got to tell you, I need some explanations here with simple sentences because this doesn't make any sense to me. The date is essential. When someone has their income cut, this is crucial. I know that the government, when it's working in good faith, just before the election, checks for $500 went out real quick. There wasn't any problem. So I don't see why there's a problem here. Madam Speaker, this week, I rose to speak in this House, and I asked for funding for health. I wanted it unconditional. I wanted funding for mental health. I wanted transfers. And an honorable colleague on the other side told me that I was disconnected to ask for help from the federal government, for unconditional help for provincial programs in Quebec. I am a relatively introspective individual, so I went and I thought, why is it I was told this? Is there something that is a problem on my end? And I was thinking about it, and I realized there was a problem, which is the fabulous imaginary world of the Liberals. This is a world that looks like it's great to live in. It's a world where there's no inflation for seniors, where the price of food hasn't gone up, where the cost of housing hasn't gone up. It's a world where people who receive GIS don't actually need it. This is a world where there's no gravity. Gravity brings our feet back to the earth, and it forces us to think by going on the ground, by dealing with people who need help immediately on this earth. There was someone, a senior of over 70 years old, who came to see me, a woman who closed her business last year, who had a little bit of income and couldn't keep working, and asked for CERB. And she wasn't given a choice in the amount of CERB she was given. It was just a one-size-fits-all. And then she realized, shortly after, that her GIS was being cut. 67-year-old woman from Saint-Anne-des-Plaines, who had a tiny bit of income, who had her benefits cut, and not just her spouse too, for having asked for CERB. Another woman, I could name them all, a woman from Mirabel, 65 years old, who earned a little bit of money the year before, who couldn't keep working to make both ends meet, and asked for CERB, and doesn't have her guaranteed income supplement today. This is what we're talking about. It's those people we're talking about. And you're starting to get to know me, I'm sure, on the other side too. They're going to say, oh, he's so dramatic, this member from Mirabel. No. I'm taking up what the Golden Age Federation for Quebec said, and they are talking about a crisis. That's what they said. When I met with FEDOC, they identified this administrative mistake as a significant problem, a major problem. And Mr. Pierlin and Madame Lauren Lurel, who came to sit down with me to explain to me what the effects were on the daily lives of seniors of this absurd error, a mistake for seniors who needed this the most. Now, those whose income gets cut, when they call our writing offices, we help them. And we called Canada Revenue Agency, and the answer was they knew when they asked for it that it was going to be calculated like that. They knew that it wouldn't be like work income in the calculations for the GIS when they were asking for CERB. Those people should have known. But I deal with seniors regularly. They're smart people. They're the ones who built Quebec. They're the ones who built our society and paid taxes their entire lives. They've built the houses we live in. They're the people who taught me and made of me the person I am today. I have to admit that in many cases, it led to some great results. These people can understand. And yet, when the program was presented, nobody understood this. Nobody was able to deduce that it would be calculated the way that the government calculated it. That CERB was going to eliminate their GIS. You know, there's rules. I know you like rules. When you explain something to a large number of people and no one understands it, it's your fault. When you drop a program that nobody understands, it's the fault of the government that made the program. It's a mistake. And that mistake, Madam Speaker, has to be fixed. Our seniors are important. We'll never say it often enough. Our seniors have suffered as much as anyone else. They're part of our society. They are active participants in our society, active participants in our communities. This error needs to be recognized. Recognizing it is a proof of intelligence. In this case, half the mistake is fixed. We're recognizing that there was a calculation error and it has to be fixed, but time is running out for our seniors. Winter is here, bills are coming in, costs are going up. We have to take care of them, and we have to make sure that payments come in as of March. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, when I was listening to the member, I was reminded of the issue of just how Canada's population growth is taking place, in particular our seniors. And it was brought to my attention that the member in his previous life, during the election in particular, talked about the age of one should be able to collect OAS. And I think he had advocated, or at least I believe he had advocated, I tell by his nodding, that we should be looking at 67. And I'm wondering if he could just provide why he would think that we should have a 67, the advantages of that from his perspective.
Honorable député de Mirabel.
Madame la Présidente, si le collègue...
Madam Speaker, if my colleague were as much of a sovereigntist as I am, he would be commenting about the pension fund for Quebec on this side of the House. I invite him to take a look at what we're doing. In 2015, the retirement age went from 67 to 65. And once they were elected, when it was time to help seniors, those people exist as of 75. I think there's mirrors for sale in the shop downstairs. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech. Very impassioned, as usual. I have a simple question. My colleague tabled an amendment earlier. Capacity for greater transparency, and so on. Will my colleague agree with that amendment? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. In general, and I'm going to talk about policy, there are problems with transparency and understanding. It's very difficult for our seniors, for the regular public, to understand a lot of these rules. When smart people a large number of smart people aren't able to understand the rule. Maybe it's because there's additional work to be done in terms of designing the policy. I think we need to keep that in mind. That was a great question, and I thank my colleague.
And comments, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my honourable colleague pointed out, we're talking among the most vulnerable citizens in this country. We're talking about retirees, people who are in the twilight of their years, people who make so little money that they qualify for the GIS, which is reserved for seniors at the lowest income level. And these are people who are still having to work to make ends meet. You know, the NDP was very proud in last Parliament that I think we made something like 16 separate improvements to the CERB benefits as we kept closing loopholes by the government's programs. I'm reminded in 2008, after the economic collapse, that the government of the day made, I think, $120 billion of credit available to the banks overnight. And I'm just wondering, does my honourable colleague agree that the government has the resources and should have the ability to fix this problem to make sure that seniors who are hurt by this do not lose their GIS simply because of a flawed design in the CERB benefits?
Honorable député de Mirabel.
Absolutely. And a colleague remarked earlier that it's hard to find money in Ottawa unless it's for the banks. I think perhaps our seniors, our vulnerable people, should have easier access to government offices, as easy as Bay Street has. The honourable member.
I
would like to thank the member for his interest in seniors and for recognizing the urgency of the situation. Furthermore, I like the way he emphasized the importance of communicating program changes. Could he elaborate on the importance of this for seniors who have limited internet access? The honourable member for Mirabel.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, we're talking about people who might have limited access to internet in general. It's important to continue to serve all of our seniors. These are people who gave everything, who built everything for our communities. They are active participants in our society. They're still part of it. And the help that we're giving to them is well-deserved.
Debate, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I speak to this motion, I just want to take a moment to recognize a veteran in my riding. On November the 22nd of last year, at the age of 96, World War II veteran Karl Kolonsky passed away in Campbell River. He is survived by his sons, Don and Daryl, his grandchildren, and many nieces and nephews. And I am sure that where he is with his wife of 53 years, Elise, who passed away in 2000. The last time that I physically saw Karl, I was at the Campbell River Legion in 2019, where we were observing Remembrance Day. I will always hold sacred the photo that he and I took as we were both looking so forward to participating in the 75th anniversary of liberation of the Netherlands in World War II in Holland. I was particularly excited to accompany this tremendous veteran who had such a spirit of kindness that was tangible to all who knew him. As we know, COVID-19 ended those dreams, and last year, Karl did receive letters and flowers from the Dutch city thanking him for his tremendous role and work. Karl was well known in our community for his fighting spirit, which was demonstrated in his service in World War II, for which he was decorated. The loss of Karl has been felt profoundly in Campbell River and those who loved him most. I thank him for his service and send continued love to those who loved him the best, and I acknowledge the sorrow of their grief. So, Madam Speaker, today I'm here to speak about seniors. In the spring of last year, the NDP began its persistent warning that the pandemic benefits calculation could have significant impacts on the poorest Canadians. In fact, multiple letters were sent out specifically on seniors and the Guaranteed Income Supplement, otherwise known as GIS, which is a payment that some of the poorest seniors in this country received. We knew that without thoughtful planning, the most vulnerable would pay, and they have. We have heard from seniors who have had their GIS clawed back, and we have heard from parents who have had their child tax benefit, a source of income specifically to lift children out of poverty, clawed back. One senior shared with our office that she had lost her job due to COVID, that the office just shut down. Between her OAS, her GIS, and the small income that she was making, she was barely making ends meet. When she lost her job, she was terrified that she would not be able to find another job to just fill that important gap. And she was terrified that she would not be able to make ends meet. So she did what so many other Canadians did who lost their job. She contacted both her MP's office and Service Canada. Both offices assured her that she was qualified for this funding. But Madam Speaker, she was still worried, so she checked in again, and she was told that there would be no repercussions at all. In July 2021, Madam Speaker, she found out that that was simply not the case. She learned that the benefits that she had received made it impossible for her to receive her GIS. And now she's living off $1,000 a month. This senior living in the Northwest Territories lived in her car for a month because she could not afford rent. Madam Speaker, it was a month where the temperature was below zero. I can't even imagine being put in that position. Not only that, like so many other seniors across this country, because she lost the GIS, she automatically lost the opportunity to get other territorial or provincial benefits. We know that across this country, GIS opens the doors for other provincial and territorial benefits, and when they lost that, they lost more than just their GIS. So this senior lost a further $200 a month because she no longer qualified for the territorial program that was there to compensate people for the higher cost of living that they experience in the Northwest Territories. Madam Speaker, these are impacts that simply cannot be measured because they are so devastating in their impact. So we are here to debate the supermotion on Bill C-12, a bill that the government promises will make all pandemic payments prior to June 2022 exempt from taxable income for seniors, and this will allow them to finally get their money returned. That sounds good, Madam Speaker, until you understand that they have to wait till May. Seniors have been struggling since July of 2022, and they were told in December at the fiscal update that the government would finally make it right. Then we read the fine print and found out that they would have to wait months and months and months until they saw that money. So I'm listening to seniors. I've heard so many stories, and they've shared them with me so bravely and so well. And I just wonder, Madam Speaker, if the government is actually listening to the seniors who are living through this time, experiencing this devastation. Let me tell you about another senior, a 71-year-old senior. He was working. He applied for pandemic supports because he was no longer working due to the pandemic. Then his GIS was clawed back, which was hard enough in itself. But then not long after, he was diagnosed with cancer. What is devastating about this is he could not afford his medication. I don't think it's right that any person in our country, a country that is profoundly proud of its public health care system, should see anyone not able to access the basic medication that they need to stay alive and to stay healthy. So he could not afford the medication for his treatment, and he has completely lost hope. He doesn't know how he's going to deal with this. And he can't wait till May. I think that is perhaps one of the most terrible parts of this, is that so many hardworking seniors who have committed their whole lives to this country are losing hope. They don't know who to rely on anymore when they are put into a circumstance by not having any ability to have this government listen to them. Something that they were assured by MPs' offices directly. If you apply for this benefit, you are eligible and you will be okay into the future. One senior told my office that neither her nor her husband will be getting the booster shot because they don't know what the point is. Living doesn't seem like a viable option in the circumstances that they are currently living through. I do not believe that this couple can wait till May. And I want to be clear, this legislation will help. However, it will only help those who can make it until May. With no advance payment, seniors will continue to suffer for months. And so many seniors have already lost so very much. They've lost their homes. They're now living in their vehicles. They've lost their homes in a housing market that means when they finally find a new place to live, it will be at a much higher rate. So that means their poverty will continue down the pathway, even with this remedy put into place. They've lost their health because they can't afford to pay for the medication that they need to keep them healthy, and they can't afford to pay for food that will keep them healthy. And Madam Speaker, some of them have lost their lives because they didn't have the resources to cover those basic necessities. Not too long ago, it was brought to my attention that a senior had died, and it was directly linked to the clawback of the GIS. After months of not being able to buy her type 2 diabetes medication or buy the healthy food that she requires to maintain her diet, because of the GIS clawback, she was brought into ICU. Several days later, she succumbed to her health issues. I have no idea what to say to the people that loved her most. I don't know what any member in this House could say to the people who loved her most. That because of something that was wrong in a process and a system in this place, people gave up everything. We can't fix that. Perhaps the government has suggestions for me of how I can ever tell this family why this happened. Early on in the pandemic, the NDP expressed multiple times that the most vulnerable Canadians would suffer. We looked at the policies and the processes that were happening, and we knew that there had to be some sort of stopgap to make sure that nobody fell through those cracks. And even though we talked about it again, asked questions, moved motions in this House to protect people, the steps that needed to be taken were simply not taken. And I think many Canadians are asking themselves as they look at this dire circumstance and think, why does it take so long? Why are we letting seniors wait? Madam Speaker, that is a question that really only the government can answer. What I believe we need to discuss in this place is why we see continuous lack of planning when we know that something is coming on the horizon that will impact the most vulnerable Canadians in our country. And I think we also have to get into a place where we recognize that our systems continuously, generation after generation, continue to punish the most poor and vulnerable Canadians in our country. We must consider this profoundly and as a responsibility of all of us as members of Parliament. We have to ask ourselves, why do our systems punish the poorest? While debating this motion, seniors are going out in the world without medication, without food, without a roof over their head, without the capacity to pay for the heat that they need to stay warm during a very cold winter, and so many more stories that our office has heard. I believe, Madam Speaker, that as a nation, we are failing. We are failing to have a very important discussion about the ever-eroding bar of dignity in this country. We are watching the middle class, working poor and poorer move further into poverty every single day. And at the same time, we are watching the ultra-rich of this country grow and expand their incomes every single year. This is exactly why I support my friend, the member from Winnipeg Centre's Bill C-223, an important bill that would create a framework for a guaranteed livable basic income in Canada. Research is showing us more and more every year that the ultra-wealthy are hoarding money. When we look at the increase of automation, when we see how many seniors, persons living with disabilities, people with mental health issues, single moms, working people every day not even having the right to dream in this country that they will one day reach the poverty line in Canada, we must acknowledge that there is something fundamentally wrong. One senior sent me this message, quote, "Our GIS has been cut off, and the $1,300 per month that we receive from the government is just not enough to keep shelter over our head. I feel weak and depressed, having no energy. I spend many sleepless nights crying. I never imagined my life would be like this. This is my last appeal to all. Please, I need help getting my medicine. Someone please get me my much-needed medication so I can continue to live," end quote. This is happening in our country. How is it that even if you are just asking for the basic medication that you need to just sustain, how is that possible now that it is too much to ask for? I want to remind all Canadians, the GIS helps top people up to just over $19,000 a year if you are single, and just over $25,000 if you're in a partnership. While this is happening, and these seniors and so many other Canadians are facing devastating poverty, some of the biggest businesses and corporations are receiving the best year that they've seen in a decade. These corporations are using the 75% wage subsidy and their profit to pay out their stakeholders. Where is the government on this? Are they chasing after those corporations and saying, hey, if you're doing the best year you've ever done in a decade, how about you pay back some of that Canadian taxpayer dollar that subsidized your business during this time? Why aren't we having a comprehensive discussion about that kind of fairness in this country? It seems reasonable to me, and I'm happy to have the discussion. What does the government say? What does the government say as we're seeing all of these seniors have their GIS clawed back, the poorest seniors in our country? What does the government say when we see families who are begging for more money because they had their child tax benefit clawed back and they can't afford to feed their children? Well, I hear nothing but silence, maybe some crickets singing a song. In my office, we receive calls, emails, and letters from seniors, those who love them the most. They are desperate, they are scared, and they are tired. I have spoken to many anti-poverty groups, formally and informally. I have spoken with seniors organizations, and I have heard the voices of many, many seniors. So I have stood up in this House alongside my NDP colleagues and the member from Elmwood-Transcona and told the stories of these seniors because I want their voices to be heard. Be it the senior who told us she has $70 at the end of each month after she pays for her basic necessities to cover the cost of food and medication. The senior who told me that her OAS only goes far enough to pay her rent and her utilities, and at the end she has nothing left. She is living 100% off whatever the food bank provides her. The senior who wrote me that her niece bought her some food but cannot help her buy her medication. She just needs her medicine. She told me she wonders if it would be better for her to simply die and no longer be a burden to her family. So here we are. We're in this place and we're debating the lives of seniors, like the people who built our country, whatever role, whatever income bracket, don't matter. I believe they do matter. If the government does not want to listen to me, will it listen to the seniors who are crying out for help? How about the group of seniors I heard from who told me that when they heard the December economic statement update, they were excited. There was money coming. They went to several banks, Madam Speaker. They arranged collaboratively to go to several banks. They went in and they were carrying the economic update. I just hope everybody has that picture of these seniors walking in with the economic update in their hand. And they pointed to the line that said that they would be getting their money back. And they asked, could you please just give us a line of credit? It would help us feed ourselves. It would help us keep paying our rent so that we can stay in our homes. Every single bank denied them, Madam Speaker. Why? because the banks told them the economic update did not have a date or a promise of the amount that the seniors would be paid. There was no certainty for the banks. When I heard this story, I thought to myself, why in this country would seniors have to go into debt just to get the money that they desperately need to survive, that the government has admitted they owe them? And that leads me to another question. When will this one-time payment be and how much will it be? It needs to be that full income for the year. And I just have to say, and I've said it before, it won't fix the wounds that have been loaded onto these seniors. And I also want to talk about the many seniors who have gone to these predatory lending organizations. I spoke to one who said he has thousands of dollars of interest from one of these organizations. So this senior is going to get that money and all of it is going to go to that predatory lending institution. That's another problem we have to fix. I hope, and I really hope, Madam Speaker, that not only does this government listen to those seniors that are crying out, but they listen to the people who advocate for them, like Laura Tamlin-Watts from CanAge, who said about Bill C-12, quote, "This bill takes an important step forward in protecting vulnerable seniors. However, this does not yet address the harsh reality faced by low-income seniors who have had their GIS clawed back. CanAge has consistently raised the alarm that waiting until May for a one-time payment does not help put a roof over their heads, food on their tables, or medications in their cupboard." Or Campaign 2000, who has been urgently calling for an advance payment of at least $2,500. Quote, "Campaign 2000 is pleased the minister has introduced Bill C-12. This will surely give low-income seniors a sense of relief and security. However, it is of the utmost importance to address the current and urgent issue of their GIS payments that have already been clawed back for months. Seniors have been trying to find ways to make ends meet, and with the sudden loss of their GIS, and the situation is getting more dire every day. Their mental and physical health is deteriorating by the day, and in worst cases, we heard of seniors losing their lives to suicide and to illness. Madam Speaker, in closing, I have no words to say to these seniors that will make this better. All I can hope for is that this government will finally take the much-needed step to action, to get money in their bank accounts, to help them out if they've lost their low-income housing, so that they're not put in a position now, even with these resources, that they cannot afford to live because the rate of their rent is just far too high. Listen to the advocacy groups is what I would say to the government. Get this advance payment out immediately. There is no time to waste because lives have already been lost, and there are so many lives that are on the line. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I do appreciate the fact that the NDP are supporting the legislation. But where I sometimes fall offside with my New Democratic friends is when they try to take a ground as if they can do no wrong. I would challenge the member. I've been a parliamentarian for over 3 decades. I would challenge the member to show to me a government in the last 3 generations or more, 40 years, that has done more to support seniors than this government. And I'm not just talking federal government. As the member knows, Madam Speaker, provincial governments play a huge role also in terms of housing and health care, 2 major issues for our seniors. I would take our record in the last 6 years and contrast that to any other government. In Winnipeg North, hundreds have been lifted out of poverty. We have been there during the pandemic, pre-pandemic, and we will continue to be there into the future. Can't you tell me a government that has done more?
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I would just like to remind the member through you that the debate we're having today is actually not about him and his feelings of his conscience. It's about the seniors who have lost everything already. At the end of the day, we have to be accountable to the people. I'm not going to do some sort of chart of fairness because seniors are dying. That's all that I need to hear. And I will continue to advocate for them, and I will continue to fight for them. And if this member wants to heckle me as I do that, I will happily do that, because seniors matter more than me, and they certainly matter more than this government. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington.
Madam Speaker, the situation is urgent, and I certainly agree with a lot of the statements that were made during honourable members' comments. The lack of planning of this government when we full well knew, the government full well knew that this was anticipated to come. So it was a delay that could have been avoided. So my question is, might the member agree that the need for timely yet thorough debate is essential and be supportive of my amendment not to fast track?
Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her important question. I really appreciate the continued discussion in here about how quickly we need to move for seniors. I definitely understand that this government at any point could have taken the steps necessary to prevent this in the long run. And I think as we move forward, I hope all of us have a discussion about poverty, the impacts of poverty on community, and how long-standing they are. I'll definitely review their motion, and I will happily give her feedback later, but I thank her for the question.
L'honorable député de Saint.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She clearly stated the fact that this bill will not repair all the harms to seniors. For example, the interest they may have to pay or harms to their health. So even in the best case scenario, only some of the harm is being fixed. Wouldn't it have been a good idea to increase GIS for people over 65 and also increase the amount of work income they could have before GIS is cut? Maybe that could have made things better. Should we not have been having that debate for a long time?
North Island Powell River.
Well, I thank the member so much for that really important and powerful question. You know, as we move forward through these, I do hope we have continued conversations about how we make sure to support people in our country to not reach this bar of disparity and of poverty. We're seeing too much of it across our country. People who are working, jobs. I think we have to really look at what we're going to do so that people have enough money to live on. So when it comes to seniors, I think this is a huge and broad discussion. We need to talk about raising the GIS, which I do agree with. I do agree that we need to higher that bar of dignity, which means if they can work, that they can have more capacity. I think we have to look at how we tax people as they age and stuff, because we know that people are living a lot longer than they were before. So there's a lot of change that we have to discuss. But at the core of it, I do want to come back to the idea of a basic livable, survivable income. We need to make sure that people have that and that that bar of dignity is high enough so that we don't have people in desperation. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to pay tribute to my colleague, the member for North Island Powell River. Her compassion and her dedication, not just for the seniors in her riding, but all across Canada, just came through so clearly in her speech. And I think that seniors are so fortunate to have her in their corner. Now, learning about this issue, one of the things that struck me the most is the amount of time that it's taken to get to this point, despite our colleagues raising this issue from the very beginning when it became evident. I wonder if my colleague could speak to what that long delay says about this government's priorities. Why did it take so many months for us to get to the point we're at now?
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that really important question. I talked a lot in my speech about why the most vulnerable have to wait, while the most wealthy in our country sort of get off scot-free with anything that they do. We need to have a really important discourse in this country. We know that when we look at the disparity over the last 30, 50 years, we just see a vast and ever-growing expanse between working people, everyday people, and the ultra-rich, the people that make a tremendous amount of money. And we're not having a discussion in this place. And really, we have to leave that to the government to lead that pathway, and they're choosing not to. They don't want to make sure to tax people that are making a significant amount of money so that we can have those resources go and support the social network that we desperately need. And right now we're seeing the cost of living go up dramatically. I think of my riding, some of the communities, small communities where they've seen the housing costs go up 50, 60, 70%. Everyday people who work in those communities are no longer able to afford that housing. We need to make action happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague, the NDP critic for seniors, for her impassioned speech and thoughtful speech. She raised many, many issues to which the seniors in my own community in Vancouver East are experiencing. They cannot understand how is it possible that the Liberal government continue to ignore their pleas for help. The government knew that the GIS cut was going to hurt seniors, it's going to displace seniors, render them homeless and unable to survive. Now with this bill, the government says we will do something, but then it won't take effect until July. It will be too late for many of the seniors, and for some it already is too late. So again, I ask the member to please clarify for me exactly what can the government do immediately to help out seniors now so that they can stop suffering.
Honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that question, and it is incredibly important. It is frustrating to be in this House debating something, this motion, that is already too late. Seniors have already lost their homes. Seniors are already struggling and aren't sure. You know, I had one group that said a lot of seniors are borrowing money from loved ones, completely humbling. They're used to looking after themselves. They're borrowing money from churches, and those are the lucky ones. Those are the lucky ones. How about the people that are borrowing from those predatory lenders? So we are seeing something that is absolutely unprecedented and something that I hope this government takes into consideration. Seniors in this country have lost everything because of this clawback. Seniors in this country have lost their lives directly linked to this clawback. That is the country we live in. We shouldn't live in that. So here we are debating, and it's already too late. So I can only say that I hope that this government will listen to Campaign 2000 and get that advance payment out as quickly as possible. Let's see if we can save lives. They need the money now. They cannot wait.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, earlier we met with the minister. Well, actually, we've been pointing out that it took 21 months to fix the GIS problems. And yet, the Liberal government decided to start an election, and after that to bring back Parliament. And during the election period, it wasn't sitting. How does my colleague explain that? I have a hard time understanding why the government acted like that.
Island Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think a lot of Canadians are wondering why we had this election, especially when, you know, the NDP was committed to working with some concise guidelines with this government to continue the work that needed to be done, because we knew that so many vulnerable people had really been challenged by the pandemic. We knew Canadians were exhausted and frustrated. So we wanted to provide that stability. This government chose to call an election instead of dealing with the urgent requirements that they really should have been facing, which was the seniors and the poverty. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be joining the debate on this late Friday. It's always an honor to rise in the House. And for only 2 minutes, I'll have to find a Yiddish proverb by the end of the 2 minutes. But I want to just thank my constituents for sending me back here. I said that last year after we returned briefly for a session, but it truly is an honor. I think all of us should recognize that, no matter how difficult it is for us outside of here, you know, with family and constituents unhappy with positions that we take sometimes, we should recognize what a great honor it is to serve the people of Canada, our great country as well. And to return through our hours of work that we do, and now that I have to wake up about 5 a.m. in order to ensure that we can get ready for question period every single day, I truly recognize that fact too. So I just want to say thank you to my constituents. This is an important bill. This is one of the top issues that I get in my writing with emails and phone calls. People are always asking, what are you going to do for seniors in this country? They are seniors themselves, and they remind me that they helped build this country, and they're looking to ensure that the government meets its obligations towards them. And it's gotten harder. Let's recognize the fact that over the last several years, it has gotten more difficult with the cost of living going up. People who are seniors are typically on a fixed income. They don't have the means to make up the difference. This piece of legislation is closing a hole. It's closing a legislative hole that was created by the government. And I see, Madam Speaker, that you're getting ready to cut me off. So the Yiddish proverb for the week is going to be not Yiddish, but have a very good weekend, Madam Speaker, and to all those who helped us during this difficult week. Thank you for contributing to this great nation of ours.
I think that would be a unanimous consent in the House. It being 2:30, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.